Hello everyone, my name is Shruti Giri. I'm a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Mechanical Engineering enrolled in its dual degree course. I'm a coder of Sarojini Naidu Indira Gandhi Hall of Residence. I'm from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. I'm a student member at Students Alumni Cell for the academic session 2024-2025.
Next. Let us start from here. Hey, it's not working. Working.
Oh, hello, hello, yeah.
Hey, green is not working. Green will not work. Red is not working. Enablement नहीं होते हैं. Yeah, start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayur Bagre.
Sorry? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayur Bagre. I am a coder of Patel Kalpamonu Malviya Hall of Residence. I am from Chemical Department, and I am PG coordinator for Sports Engineering.
A very good morning to all of you. I am Shivanshi Prabhu. I am currently pursuing my MBA from the University School of Management. I am a boarder of Savitribai Phule Hall of Residence, and I am the PG coordinator for Students' Welfare. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Myself Rutika Patil. I am a boarder of Savitribai Phule Hall of Residence. I am from Department Residential Infrastructure Design and Management. Right now, I am PG coordinator for Social and Cultural Technology Students Gymkhana 2024 and 2025.
Good morning everyone, my name is Ayush Nair and I am a boarder of Pandit Madan Malviya Hall of Residence and I am a student of Center for Ocean, River, Atmosphere and Land Sciences and also I am the PG coordinator for technology.
Good morning everyone. My name is Devansh Bhaskar. I am a third year undergraduate student of the Department of Electronics and Electrical Communications Engineering, enrolled in BTech course. I am a boarder of Rajendra Prasad Hall of Residence. I am from Nagpur, Maharashtra. I am an executive head at Institute of Wellness Group, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manish. Third year undergraduate student of the Department of Electrical Engineering, enrolled in its BTech course. I am a boarder of Patel Hall of Residence. I am from Hyderabad, Telangana. I am an executive head at the Institute Wellness Group, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025.
Hello everyone, my name is Gomya Jawan. I am a third year undergraduate student of the Department of Chemical Engineering, enrolled in the dual degree course. I am a boarder of Mother Teresa Hall of Residence. I am from Nasik, Maharashtra, and I am an executive head at Institute of Wellness Group, Technology Student Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025. Hello everyone, my name is Astha Kumari and I am a third year undergraduate student of the Department of Mining Engineering, enrolled in its Bachelor of Technology course. I am from Muzaffarpur, Bihar, and I am the General Secretary, Students Welfare, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bhanutishwar Naik. I'm a third year undergraduate student of the Department of Ocean Engineering and Naval Agriculture, enrolled in its dual degree course. I am a boarder of Lala Lajpat Rai Hall of Residence. I am from Hyderabad, Telangana. I am currently serving as Public Relations Chairperson, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology for the academic session 2023-2024.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Have you prepared already the press release for this function?
Actually, we will be preparing it after. We will be collecting photos from NPTEL and...
कल चला जाना चाहिए था कल.
Yeah, sure.
You are 24, 25 or 23?
24-25.
You said 23, correct?
Good morning everyone, my name is Sasank Tiwari. I am the General Secretary, Students Welfare, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025. I am from the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. I am from Meghna Savada.
So, my name is Harvita Dad
undergraduate student of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, enrolled in its BS course of Economics. I am a boarder of Azad Hall of Residence. I am from Mumbai, Maharashtra, and I am the Secretary, Fine Arts and Modeling Subcommittee, Technology Student Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, for the academic session 2024-2025.
This looks like we are sitting in IIT Bombay. Everybody is from Maharashtra, nobody is from Bengal.
Bengal to Maharashtra. Bombay. They are in Bombay. They are in Bombay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Satvika Chitra. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Electrical Engineering, enrolled in its BTech course. I am a boarder of Mother Teresa Hall of Residence. I am from Hyderabad, Telangana. And I am Media and Public Relations Secretary, Technology Students Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, for the academic session 2024-2025.
Good morning everyone. My name is Gunakala Jashwant Sai. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Electrical Engineering, enrolled in Bachelor of Technology course. I am a boarder of Rajendra Prasad Hall of Residence. I am from Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. I am a Secretary Design Technology Student Gymkhana, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, for the academic session 2024-2025.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Shweta Melkankar, a fourth year undergraduate student from the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology. I am a boarder of Sister Nivedita Hall of Residence. I am from Bhubaneswar, Odisha. I am the Institute Women Representative for the academic session 2024-2025. Looking forward to this.
Good morning everyone, my name is Shubham Vishwakarma. I am a boarder of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya Hall of Residence, and I am a student, second year postgraduate student from Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering and Entrepreneurship, and currently I am serving as the postgraduate representative to the Institute Senate and also as the hall advisor. Thank you so much.
Morning everyone. I'm Sandra Feroz and I'm a second year MA student of Planet Office of Engineering. I'm also the department representative of Agricultural and Food Engineering
Repeat, yes, sir.
and the Land and Water Resources Engineering.
Water resource.
This is a specialization in Agricultural and Food Engineering department. I'm also the EE department of
I am a first year postgraduate student of chemical engineering IIT KGP. I am from Mumbai, Jharkhand.
Can you be a bit louder?
I am Apoorv Narayan Pathak. I am a student of first year postgraduate chemical engineering department, IIT Kharagpur. I am from Mumbai, Jharkhand, and I am a newly selected member to PG Council for board department. I am from Madan Mohan Malviya.
A very good morning to one and all. I am Pradeep Singh. I am a boarder of Madan Mohan Malviya Hall of Residence, and I am a first year MTech student at Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering and Entrepreneurship. I am basically from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, and I am currently serving as postgraduate secretary for design and
Hello everyone, my name is Kallam Sai Santosh Reddy. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Civil Engineering, enrolled in its BTech course.
I am a boarder of Azad Hall of Residence. I am from Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you.
My name is Himadri Mandal. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Mining Engineering enrolled in its dual degree course. I am a boarder of Azad Hall of Residence and I am from Durgapur, West Bengal.
Hey, next two please.
Good morning everyone. My name is Nirmal Paidar. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Agricultural and Food Engineering enrolled in its BTech course. I am a boarder of Azad Hall of Residence. I am from Indore, Madhya Pradesh. I am a web team member at Students Alumni Cell, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2020. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. My name is Shudip Biswas. I am a second year undergraduate student of the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. I am a boarder of Azad Hall of Residence. I am from West Bengal. I am a design team member at Students Alumni Cell, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur for the academic session 2024-2025.
My name is Naman Kumar Sahu. I am a 5th year undergraduate student of the Department of Aerospace Engineering, enrolled in its dual degree course. I am a boarder of Radhakrishnan Hall of Residence. I am from Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Somebody from Archeo.
Good morning everyone. Myself is Swati Ketli. I am boarder of Sister Nivedita Hall of Residence. I am HP there, and also I am RS representative to Institute. I am a friend.
Thank you. So just for all of us, we have the acting director for the yeah, now it's up to you.
So today we have with us our respected alumni, and I'll call the names of all of you, and I request all of you to introduce yourselves shortly. So in brief. In brief. So first, Mr. N.S. Mohan Rao.
कुछ रेट hey good morning की হয়েছে ওই দেখো তো
Azad Hall of Residence, 1957-58, Vice President Jampana. Thank you very much for having us here today. It's an absolute delight to interact with young people. I feel 60 years younger. Thank you.
Next we have Mr. Varun Roy.
এই ওটা চলছে না কেন এটাও চলছে না
No. कोई काम नहीं कर रहा था ना
ये एक आध काम
नहीं है
It's all right.
you need not to come sir
yeah
My name is Varun Roy. I'm from Jamshedpur. I joined BTech course Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering. I was VP of Gymkhana 68-69. And
Thank you so much, sir. Then we have Mr. Arun Jain.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Arun Jain, and I was the Vice President of the Gymkhana in the year 69-70.
Next we have Mr. Amit Roy.
just one moment sir we were informed that at a time only 3 can be on okay I think if we put on
not putting off
it's not putting off
Hello, check. Now it's working.
okay maximum 3 at a time so please put off your green light things
off the green light
no it's fine these two
Hello, check.
this is working yeah red will work
red will work
yeah this is working
Sir, आपका काम करेगा.
अभी आपका काम करेगा this one.
Yeah, okay.
You're in red zone now.
Already there. Red zone. Amit Roy, as you heard, 71-72 VP. More importantly, I got the best volunteer prize when in my first year. I'm more proud of that than the latter one. Chemical engineering, right? I live in Calcutta now. Thanks. Nehru Hall.
Then we have Mr. Yatindra Pal Singh Suri.
I'm Yatindra Pal Singh Suri, B.Tech, Honors, Mechanical Engineering, RK Hall. I also work as special volunteer to Gymkhana. I was the Vice President during the session 74-75. And currently I am the National Co-Chairman of CII Corrosion Management Committee, steering the national mission on war against corrosion. Many of you are from chemical, mechanical, infrastructure. Corrosion is very important. So you will talk to me here. Thank you very much.
We have Finny Thomas.
I'll stand here and speak. My name is Finny Thomas. I come from Calcutta and I joined IIT in 1971 in the Department of Electronics and Electrical Communication. I was the hall president in my fourth year and I was the vice president in my final year as the second vice president. Thank you for my work.
Thank you, sir. Then we have with us Mr. Virendra Jetty. Commander.
Patel. I came here in 1974 from Jammu and Kashmir. And I also won the Best Special Volunteer Award in Gymkhana in my first year. Passed out in 79, joined Indian Navy. Was in Indian Navy for 23 years. From 2002, I have been in the corporate world. First job as Dean of University. CC advisors, Kharagpur University, CH Arde. DC was from Kharagpur. Who passed against me from Nehru Hall, Jajulu.
Yeah, I just got confused with the name. So, Arjun Sen. Thank you. 86 VP, live in Houston, Texas, and currently I work in branding and motivational speaking. So if I can help any one of you in branding, it would be a pleasure and an honor. Patel Hall. My pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. Abhinav Sinha, VP 2002-2003, Nehru Hall, Chemical Engineering. I live in Gurgaon now. Work for OYO as their COO and Head of Technology and Product. So very happy to engage and very happy to contribute in this discussion. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Vice President Gymkhana 2003-2004. I was residents of RP Hall, and yes, I work for Water Bank. Thank you. Looking forward to the discussion today.
My Singapore, I thought is there, but currently live in Bangalore for the last decade. I run my own startup in the online learning space. Was the owner of RK Hall.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Miss.
Next we have Mr. Shivam Singh.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shivam. I was a VP 2020, 2021.
It's an honor to be catching up with you, knowing your experiences, and looking forward to growing together. Yes.
And Shivam is also the fastest IIT.
Yeah.
So I hold record in India.
Good morning everyone, this is Devaki Nandana, Vice President Technology Student Gymkhana for the academic session 2021-22. I was from the Department of Geology and Geophysics, border of Mother Teresa Hall of Residence, currently working as Associate at Boston Consulting Group's Bangalore office. Looking forward for a fruitful panel discussion.
Hello everyone, good morning and hope you had a healthy breakfast because the panel discussion is gonna be very hectic today. And apart from this, I'm yet to graduate, I'm in my final year and my department is mechanical engineering and I'm pursuing financial engineering as my interdisciplinary and looking forward to a healthy discussion. Thank you guys.
Then we have Mr. Sagar Kumar.
Sagar is absent.
So the topic for today's panel discussion is strategies to enhance the ranking of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. With us we have some basic terms that define how the ranking would be, and it is through the teaching learning resources, which is a metric that that is actually evaluates the quality of teaching, learning and the research opportunity.
Then the second parameter is research and professional practice. This metric assesses research output quality and professional practices like the quality of publications, the projects.
Then we have the graduation outcomes, which is a parameter that measures the success of the students that are graduating, and which is the placement at higher studies, median salary and the graduation rate.
The next parameter is outreach and inclusivity. This metric evaluates the institution's inclusivity and outreach efforts, such as regional diversity, gender diversity, social diversity, and facilities for the physically challenged students.
Last but not the least, we have the perception, which is the parameter that assesses the reputation of the institution as perceived by the academic peers and the public perception. Now we have the IIT Kharagpur rankings through some of the years, which is as follows, and
This is the data of last 5 years of all the parameters.
ये वाली लाइट ऑफ कर सकते हो, इसको भी कर सकते हो। वो वाली चीज़ है, इस लाइट को ऑफ करवा दीजिए ये वाली। Okay.
Yes, TLR is teaching, learning and resources. Then RPC is research and professional practice.
GO is graduation outcomes, OI is outreach and inclusivity, and then comes perception.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
is teaching, learning and resources. RPC is research and professional practice. Next. GO is graduation outcomes. OI is outreach and inclusivity and perception. So you go to the table. So these are the 5 columns. Yeah.
Your outreach and inclusivity is excellent, and we should see how come we get such poor schools.
I think that is quite acceptable having lower outreach score because like not many international students opt to come IIT Kharagpur because of the location.
The international students is not चाहिए.
Can you take us back to the outreach slide?
OI is low, by the way, for all the IITs. We are almost the same rate as the OI is concerned. But the perception we are getting more compared to the other IITs. Let's come back to that case. OI is bad, but all the other IITs are also almost equal. You have the
Yes, sir. In the next slide, we have.
Just a minute. Back to the slide.
How do these numbers compare with the best in the world?
What are the numbers of the top 10? Our ambition is to be amongst the top 10.
Yes, sir.
Numbers for the top 10.
Sir, they are almost close to 100 for the top 10.
Top 10.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Who are
this
they?
is NR.
Could you tell us the names of some of them in the top 10?
Sir, actually, this is.
I think if we compare with the other IITs, we'll get some idea. Yeah. Now, IIT Kharagpur, for example, is at 78.22 for PLR. Now, all the others are way ahead of us in PLR, sir. 95, 85. There's a big gap.
Hey, Shruti.
Learning
Shruti.
and resources.
You don't have been compared with slide with other
Now,
IITs? Other IITs, their mark? Oh, acha, it is
RPC
there.
also. RPC is
Acha, one moment.
Research and professional practice.
He is one of
They are also
our
low.
Yes. Pradeep Fatehpuria. His name is not there. You request him to.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And go
Pradeep
is
Fatehpuria.
graduation also.
Fatehpuria, CTO, Trumi.
I think gap is clearly highest in perception. Delta is highest in perception. I think Devki was right. OI pretty much everyone is not doing well.
Actually, starting is 65 for IIT Bombay in terms of OI. I want to start first by looking at.
We have made some significant improvement in the last 2 years in some areas. I really want to know how we did that because that is the momentum we need to build on. Okay? The second question I also have in front of all of you is that these are ways we look at the world sitting here. Is that the way an incoming student looks at? Because do they look at one dimension or anything else which leads there? And I also want as a follow-up of that to understand what are barriers right now, because at the end you put the problem that we need to get higher ranked. And the third question I also have in front of the group is that the right KPI to look at? Because certain people for certain reasons may not choose us. Should we look at highest quality graduating students? Because that's where we have a bigger impact, because that could over time get us better ranked question, But I really want to start by understanding what have we done, because some of the improvements, if you go back to the previous document page, please, those are some big numbers going from 67 to 78. That's a big number. Like some of these, and also you have maintained all through. Only place we have gone down is Geo, but everything else, big improvements.
May I suggest that
Sorry to interrupt everyone. We also have with us Mr. Pradeep Fatehpuria. We would like him to introduce.
of the 5 parameters,
Give me the control.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to introduce myself anyways. So I'm Pradeep Fatehpuria. I'm a 1988 graduate, CSE department, RP Hall Ward. I've been living in San Jose, California for last since '91. But for last 1 year, I've been here so much, and got to know so many students and faculty that this feels like the new home. And thanks for Sagar for inviting me when I was here early in the week. He said we have the VP conflict conclave here. So of course, first was the selfishness kicks in. So let's do the MOU. And the second part, of course, wanted to get to know all of you. So I'm really impressed, with the level of caliber that exists in the institute, and of course, I have a few questions for you guys. But I was also thinking, actually, why not run for VP next year? I never held any office positions anywhere. I was the rowdy kind, right? So I was going to ask Sagar and Samarth to give me the training next, so I can go for the VP role next year. I'll do that. I think Professor Tiwari, Professor Intu Banerjee will be happy to enroll me.
I think you can join as a research scholar in one of the
I always have a way to find my way in, like I did this time. In any case, it's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for hosting me. So let me ask you one question, throw it back to you. Arjun, I think you posed the questions very well. But I want to throw it back to you, especially in the perception area. And yes, you noticed that metrics, right, for TLR, but it's kind of gone back and forth, right? It's been pretty stable, in my opinion, over time, right? The question is what we haven't done to improve it, right? But especially around perception, right? Because that differs significantly between different IITs. I have traveled to all of them, except the Bombay one, in last 1 year. Like, what do you think the challenges, because you guys have been on the ground, starting with the freshers who are part of the team, as well as seniors and the PGs, right? What do you think are the biggest challenges that you see in terms of what's causing this perception gap between KGP? By the way, when I talk to people, KGP, across the board, KGP is visualized pretty highly, but of course I have not looked at the population and all the metrics here. But anytime it comes up, like IIT Delhi this time, we had the sponsored Inter-IIT Tech Fest, and I said, why didn't you guys show up? Whether it's the students or the faculty, first answer is they always win, right? That's a perception, and of course there's more to this, right? So I'd like to hear from you, right, before we dive into the questions that Arjun posed. These are NIRF ranking, right? So there are criteria for that, right?
Okay, just one point. I mean, when you mentioned there that there is a momentum of improvement, actually what does seem to have happened is that the 21 figures have come back in 24.
Yeah,
so
good
what
point.
happened in 23? Was it just a bad presentation? Did things go actually wrong? Because that has been it well. Perception was 90, and now at 80. Not too long ago, very close to 90.
Yeah, exactly.
So, presentation of data.
Yeah, sir, as a faculty, just let me give a little bit of background. They may not be able to provide that. Yes, in the ranking point of view, we were not prepared well. So from this year onward, last year onward, we really had a ranking of fees, which is very dedicated professor in charge ranking. So the data we start providing, because it's not a small building, it's divided into various offices and things. So purchase is happening maybe in 4 or 5 different offices. So the data that we present is now a more holistic data. So that exercise has been started, which has improved our rank significantly. But on the other hand, all the other IITs become equally serious or maybe even more serious. So all the IITs rank have gone up. But from now onward, when we are providing our best possible data, then the challenge comes that really how to improve further. So the professor, Mr. Sain, the question he asked, that is the first answer to the first question.
And just as a follow-up on the OI score, you mentioned that foreign students don't come and therefore OI. But there are very few countries where there can be a diversity like this, like here, right? Sitting in that diversity, is that not counted here? Once again, I go back to our Indian team. Our Indian team has grown once the small town people have come up, but that's the present day. Looks like all IITs have diversity similar to ours. Yeah, but we think that unless we have people from outside, we don't have. But this is NIR. I don't think that counts. Yeah, but US might count.
So may,
Oh, yeah, that was one discussed as one of the reasons for which it can be low. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
And outcome.
If you look at all these criteria, the most subjective criteria is perception. Perception is not what you do. Perception is what other people see you as. That requires projection. If I quote a very crude American statement, if you don't blow your own trumpet, no other SOB is going to do it for you. I think the problem with IIT is, people say it is the original IIT, but it is dated. Newer IITs have come up like Bombay and all, which have projection, number one. Number two, connectivity. When it comes to admission of children and all, it's out of the way. It's not near a metro, etc., which is our strength also. So I think perception improvement requires constant effort to project yourself. If you do not project yourself, others will not notice you. And IIT has done wonderful work, but it's not projected. For instance, the Orissa, when the cyclone struck, those shelters which provided, there's an article in the Hindu, it's a fantastic job. But I didn't see much of it in the press. The Navy, for instance, does a lot of work with IIT, but it is not projected. I think the problem with IIT is, you guys are too damn modest. You have to project yourself. You have to be actively concerned with the press and other people and constantly feed them information what you are doing. I am from the commercial world. I was a two-wheeler company, and my company was initially thought of as a moped company, a South Indian company. Today we are a multinational TVS motor company. I have retired, of course, and we export to 80 countries. It's a huge job, changing perception. And first we launched the Scooty, which became All India. I had something to do with it. The All India favorite. Now we have got vehicles like Apache and all, and we got the electric bike. It takes a long time to change perception. So I think a concerted effort from the institute, from the alumni, etc., to project all the good things about it. If you ask parents when it comes to counseling, they say, Kharagpur is out of the way, it's not easy to get there. So one thing you have to do is to improve connectivity. For instance, if IIT can work actively with Kalaikunda and get a plane to land here, many more people will come instead of stucking 2.5 hours in the traffic. I got stuck when I came out here. So my submission is, there is nothing wrong in projecting yourself. There is nothing wrong in telling the world how good you are. I think a change of mindset from the institute and from the alumni is needed. Consciously project the good things you are doing. And when I see here, I see the work going on here, I am amazed. But people don't know about it. Unless you tell them, they won't know. And of all the 5, the most subjective element is perception. So my request to you is, please don't be modest. And the meek shall, I will end with a quotation from Paul Getty, the meek shall inherit the earth, but not its mineral resources. He was an oil tycoon. So please don't be modest, be more aggressive, project your, I have never hesitated in projecting myself. It is not arrogance. It is just to make sure you are noticed. So this is my request to IIT. Please stop being modest. Be aggressive. Project the image of IIT. Every good thing you are doing, seek out the press. Seek out opinion leaders. Seek out and push things out. And it requires conscious effort on the part of the students, faculty and alumni. Thank you.
Let me give you a couple of examples that may be relevant. I don't know the exact how the KPI is measured. So very recently, right before I came to US, there were 3 different events I'll quote. So the last one was IIT Delhi Computer Science Department. Folks showed up, Professor Subodh Sharma and few other professors, and they talked about just their department, what they're doing, what they're expecting, what they want, right? I was the only non-IIT non-IIT Delhi person showed up because I wanted to introduce myself and Tumio to him. But that's the kind of projection, like giving the community, IIT Delhi community in Bay Area about what the department is doing, where they are, and giving, think of it like Sir was saying, kind of a status report in some sense, based on what they have been doing in the past, and then be able to project what they want to do in the future. For example, one of the specific metrics that comes to mind, because I asked about it to Professor Subodh Sharma in Delhi about 3 weeks ago, which was like what makes the difference, because the metrics they were focused on more so, which was by the way eye-opening for me for different reason for Trumio, is they were looking at increasing their PhD student count significantly. And one of the belief system is it impacts some of these KPIs very, very directly. And they're projecting it to the alumni who are very successful on how they can contribute back, specifically towards some of those goals. So that was one example. The second example is IIT Bombay, SemiX. Some of you may have heard. So it's a semiconductor. Government of India is investing a lot. And IIT Bombay has a specific center. And I was told they have, probably like 20 plus centers right now, which are multidisciplinary. It started last year with some of the efforts from alumni in Bay Area. They pushed for it. And they have expanded it so much that they are connecting industry, multiple departments, and very focused on how they can develop semiconductor business end to end. They have a mini fab, for example, in the center already within a year since it was started. Professor Udayan Ganguly, who is presenting, who's heading this effort, he was providing the status report in some sense, that this is what we were intended to do last year when they came there, and this is where they are, which is way beyond what they had projected they will do, and what they want to do next. There were like 300 people in the room, top down in industry veterans from semiconductor industry. Again, I barged in, but there are plenty of other people there because it's very interesting work they're doing, right? And that's the kind of projection Sir is talking about, is very specific things because it attracts industry. It creates that ecosystem around what's happening. The third one is our own example, is our own Atal Agarwal. Many of you may know that. He's one of the, amazing person that I have come to know. He inspires me every single day. He has his own startup right now. And what he has been doing in Bay Area is he has created so many communities through his own efforts. And I have attended some of those IIT Kharagpur events where the community is starting to come together. People I had not met in the longest of time. We all get busy. But they all have that interest and they started to show up, and that community is building through his effort. He has started this IIT 2.2 or something in Bay Area, I forget the exact term, and he has already 10,000 sign-ups in a matter of 3 months, right? So I'm giving you real examples which has helped project.
Do you have a full-time PR executive for the IIT?
We have a social media director in the director's office.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm giving you an example of what's happening and what I've seen outside and because that changes perception.
I think let us also hear from each of us, each other VPs. So it's good that you are coming up. So, and that's why I always say that you are our brand ambassadors. You are moving all trotters. So you should be able to help us, guide us.
Now,
thank you. So let us also hear from others.
My feeling is IIT Kharagpur is doing a lot of job. The way you are said, Kharagpur is not doing nowhere less. They are doing extremely good. The only thing is what Captain Sahab said, we don't tell the world. That's a problem. Now, so many students who are sitting here, students, I am talking about the students. How many of you know that we have some sort of incubation center at Calcutta? Just raise your hands, those who know. So half of you don't know even that there is an incubation center. They don't know. Now okay, Bangalore में भी हमारा एक incubation center है. Do you know that? Nobody knows about that. Now that is the problem. Madam, sir, this Calcutta thing was inaugurated just on 14th August. Just 14th August. Now, was there any newspaper coverage? 50 cubicles have been made, beautiful cubicles. And let me tell you, it's much better than what Alumni Center in Bangalore, they have done it. Much better than that. Was there any newspaper coverage, sir? I am asking you, sir. I didn't know. I was a part of that celebration also.
Was there a choice to
There
change
are
the
professional outfits, brand outfits.
change the date of because August you couldn't have got any newspaper coverage in Calcutta.
Sir, anyway,
actually it was
that
attended
is-
by the minister himself.
We didn't send it to. Anyway, we didn't, sir, it's not the Calcutta newspaper, all over India, there are so many newspapers, it's a very big thing. We didn't bother to send the news, sir. We didn't bother. Now वो brand वाले पीछे बैठे हुए expert brand, unless we tell the press, how will they do it?
Actually, from IIT there was a press release, but it looks like it did not reach to the newspaper. Press release was there from IIT Kharagpur.
Ma'am, if I jump in for a second.
Now, if there was a press release, I request with folded hands, kindly use these alumni also as your brand ambassador. Kindly use your 17,000 students who are studying here as your brand ambassador. Even they don't know that it was inaugurated.
No.
That means within the IIT also there was no communication. Students also, they don't know that there is an incubation center. The students who are passing out, those who haven't got the jobs in their hand, some of them, if they know that there is an incubation center and Government of India will pay them 2 lakh rupees also to do some startup. Some of them may be ready to do a startup. Today those rooms are still lying khali. They are not occupied. And we are going to outside world. Our own people don't know.
You are right. You are absolutely right.
point here,
That's
please.
why I keep telling our present VP, Sagar, what is happening? Why
Sorry,
the-
please don't rely on your VP for these things. Please. VP is here today, tomorrow he is not here. No.
Sir, with
There has to be a proper circular. There was no circular on this. No circular.
Sir, with due respect, as far as I remember, there was an email from MD State and it was sent to all the students. As far as I remember or as far as I recollect.
There used to be alumni yearbook that used to be supplied. Till I think there used to be an alumni yearbook kind of stuff. It was supplied just to, sir, here, gently, just to make aware of not just the current students. I would say all of us who have graduated, that what IIT has been doing, what initiatives have been taken. I just see that the last one that was supplied was in the year 2020. There hasn't been much information. I think that has to be continued. One.
No, I like to add.
Annual report of alumni report, basically.
So
I do
want
not
to
see
add-
it on the website. So can you
I
just
want to
update
add
that
on
as well?
Jetli's point.
There are professional outfits which are specializing in brand building. It is a very specialized activity. It is not something a professor of naval architecture or chemical engineering can do. It's not even something ordinary management consultants do. For instance, there is a company called brand.com in Bangalore. The CEO is known to me. His full-time job of the company is to build the image of organization and people, not tell falsehoods, but spread the truth. And it requires a lot of talent. If a man like Prabhupada, who was retired as a government servant, could create ISKCON, It requires a lot of projection, and it is not something academics or even many of us are competent to do. I suggest IIT takes the active, go through the internet, look at brand building outfits. These are boutiques. They specialize in building brands. You have a very strong brand, but you don't know how to project it. And you can't hide your height under the bushel. With due respect, I think any of the faculty or most of us are not competent to do it. We can talk about bits and pieces. To present a coherent thing to the public requires specialized techniques, specialized knowledge. Now, I want to,
if I may,
I like to say this thing. First of all, press is hungry for news, especially from IITs. We must develop a good rapport with the press so that you can send press release, email and all those things. But if you pick up the mobile and say, hey, we are doing certain things to these gentlemen and lady, it works real like a magic. This is what we have to know, that develop a personal rapport to the right people in the right organization. You see, our Suri Sahib is present here. Even during lockdown period, we had international, the second largest chemical expo in the world. Even during lockdown he involved the students of IIT Kharagpur. Before that, physically in Bombay, what we did, we picked up the phone, called people up and they did the thing. So this is what is required to develop a personal rapport.
So,
sir, if I may,
Mohan Ram is making, he's making exactly the same point.
Yes.
Yeah.
This perspective of building rapport in the media is done professionally in the corporate world because it's a full-time job. I think that's the point he's making, that you need to focus with a separate team. The perception management comes with, of course, all the four verticals. We need to be good in TLR. I believe that perception is also an outcome. But the management part can be done professionally, which can also be applicable to a lot of the other parts from an administration perspective.
Absolutely.
That expertise is a generalistic expertise, which, in my opinion, more investment in the administration function will help across functions.
So let me add a couple of things. I hope it doesn't get lost. Sir, if I may, I think it's what I was saying earlier is completely getting lost. So it's a given.
We'll take your suggestion and advice, and of course, that's why the panel discussion has been arranged today.
Sir,
so we'll take your advice and
So let me add something.
Sir, I think there's one very critical thing I was trying to call out, which is
hold on for a second. 1 second, please.
Arjun.
As you start in any branding, the perception starts inside. Okay. If we start by saying our location is a disadvantage, we have to flip that. Okay. At the very core, if I position in front of you for your children, imagine that we are the blend of Shantiniketan and MIT. A place which is away from today's distraction, but our faculty, and I can build on that. Okay? But for me to build this, based on what Abhinav said, and just for 1 second, I am putting myself arrogantly as the CEO of IIT, I need two talents. I need somebody like Jetli to be in a position of power where if I work for you, sir, you will fire me if no communication went out. Like, I need that accountability ongoing. Supporting you has to be today's way of doing things. Sorry to share, press releases are done obsolete, nobody reads. Press release is like me doing a homework. The world has changed. World is about instant gratification, and that's the part where we need to be smart about what news about Kharagpur people want. The other day, the news that was there was a few teachers have petitioned something like that is going to the news, because right now we have to change that whole mindset. But I really think it starts with Jetli, somebody like your energy, supporting the team to make sure it happens every day. And you, as you're talking about a branding team who is there, this is an ongoing 5-year project. But at the beginning, we all must answer the question of location. Why is location a choice? We have made a choice not to move. We could have moved. We could have made Kharagpur the satellite and moved to Kolkata. But strategically we have not, because Shantiniketan MIT, think, we can position this. I have worked with Brigham Young University, their accounting department was 180th. 14 years it has taken, it is number 2. And the whole commitment was for 14 years, we will keep doing the same thing, same thing, same thing. It takes 14 years, sir.
This is a very obvious
one more point
solution.
about IIT Kharagpur. One is Shantiniketan plus MIT. IIT Kharagpur has the cleanest air compared to all the old IITs. Cleanest air. तो जो parents अपने बच्चों को यहाँ पर भेजेंगे, उनके जो फेफड़े हैं वो हमेशा fit रहेंगे एकदम first class. They are inhaling the cleanest air. So all those VPs who are here today, you are inhaling the cleanest air for these 2 days.
I mean, look, you are going to invite foreign students only.
I think the suggestion is that you have professional help for getting the good news. And remember, once you have a professional on board, he or she or they will manage bad news. Right? Because that is important. That's just as important, because things will happen, things which are not nice will happen. And pitching for the brand is important. These are, of course, the best ways of doing it. But the fact remains, IIT Kharagpur, there are questions that on the soft skills, improvement and the way to nurture your soft skills is much better here than most other IITs. Because people don't spend time in the institute.
You will be probably happy to know that we have taken an initiative. We will be bringing out a newsletter quarterly. We have started working on that, which will cover news from every aspects of IIT Kharagpur, starting from research development, then student activities, and the new initiatives that IIT Kharagpur is taking. All these things will be covered in the newsletter, and of course the alumni news, that's the most important point. And then we will be bringing out this newsletter quarterly, and we will be sending it to all of you.
So can I suggest you that take services of Arjun Singh for the branding of IIT Kharagpur?
Yes.
Please take his service.
We will do that.
Newsletter sounds like really great idea, since everyone will be updated with the happenings of IIT Kharagpur. What is the plan of execution which the institute is currently thinking of? How we are going to take the newsletter into the current students at the same time into the alumni? Because like I don't think there is any major.
We
The world needs 50 Instagram posts a day, not a quarterly newsletter. We also focus our resources. From a branding, we're talking about perception, right?
Let now Arjun get involved with the team at IIT and then do the needful.
Free of course. So I just
Arjun and
I want to clarify.
Arjun and Pradeep.
I was gonna add, sir, if you may, I think we have spent too much time on perception. I think if we give it to Vinod Khosla School, the students from the management school here, there's a gap. We all know that there's a gap, right? And there are ways to do it, and we all know there are ways to do it in the modern world. Let's give it as a case study to students at Vinod Khosla School of Management. We'll have the results in 3 months. Exactly what needs to get done, and they are and professionals. विनोद गुप्ता, I'm sorry. Yes, अब पता है मुझे, पिटाई होने वाली है मेरी वहाँ पे. So sir, perception के पीछे में कुछ होना चाहिए. If I'm a semiconductor student somewhere, if I heard what's happening in IIT Bombay, I'll be going for it, because there's significant opportunity for me not only to learn, but to find opportunities in global internships, which they are putting in place by bringing global companies together who are funding, sponsoring specific courses in the institute. The presentation was not about projection. Presentation was about what they are doing and what can be done in that institute, both in terms of how people can fund it, how global industries are funding it, and how they are creating opportunities for students, right? That's the perception that needs to be put together. What Professor Ganguly was doing there was not projecting. What he was saying was what's happening at the institute. and what opportunities are available. That brings, if it's me, I'll be going to Mumbai to see what's happening and can I join that institute. That's what makes the change. Perception is important, right?
Okay, friends. Yeah, yeah. Let us be bit more, time constrained. So, in order to do that, I will request each of you to take 30 seconds and tell your key points one by one.
I would like to add just 4 points.
I'll come to all of you one by one.
Yes.
Okay.
So basically, first we need to work on the fundamentals. Apart from all these parameters, like the first year students when they are coming, what is their orientation? What they know about IIT system. I mean, 1 or 2 meetings is not enough. Interaction with the students,
You will be
senior
happy
students.
to know that this year we had the quite elaborate induction program
Yes.
separately for the UG students, then PG students, as well as for the research scholars.
Yes, but it should be a very regular process, and it should be.
It was like a whole day induction program, and for the undergraduate students, it was for I think for 4 days. It was
Okay.
for 4 days.
No, I mean on a regular basis, ma'am. What I'm saying that every weekend there is a program inside the institute where the new professors who is joining, new students who are joining, not only for the BTech programs but also for the postgraduate programs, research programs. So everybody should be aware what is happening and how we are like a family. That is one number.
Was trying to say that we have conducted the PG, RS and UG induction program as a separate. In fact, we have conducted one parents interaction program also. And what also ma'am was trying to say that we have initiated the institute newsletter thing where we will cover all the infrastructural development, all the activities conducted for the students and many more things. And that we will be sending to all the press, all the students and all the alumnus. So
Yeah, definitely. I mean, newsletter also started when first alumni meet happened in 2004, and almost for continuously 3 years, every month newsletter was coming. There was a team. So few of the things dies down. We also, first point I was saying that we need to build on the basics, fundamentals, be it research projects, consultancy projects, our students, our faculty members that is coming. Second thing, perceptions can be damaged also. So we need to work on the defense mechanism also. If any bad incidents that is happening in the institute, how we are handling that. Third thing is we need to start some very unique programs. Like this program, what is happening now, it's a very unique program where students, representatives of all these years, they are coming together. Institute is trying to bring them together and trying to make them as a brand ambassador so that they can build, be it Golden Jubilee or build in other infrastructure like raising funds. So where is the news about this? So some of the unique programs what we can run, like every student who is coming here, can we teach them how to write patents? So in first year, everybody knows what is the process. First write the abstract, then para 1, page 1. So if an idea comes, then within 1 year you will see that almost every student is writing one patent, and that will give a good.
I just want to make one point, please.
Is it done? Or you have some more points? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Can I make one last point, please?
Sure.
There is something called brand personality. I've been two-wheeler industry for many years. For instance, the moped is seen as a rural bike run by old people. Apache is for a young man. Scooty was a young girl. If you look at brand personality of IIT Kharagpur today, honestly, it is that of an elderly uncle who did brilliant work earlier, but is little getting on in years. This is something which individuals cannot do. It's a professional job. I really repeat what I'm saying. You get hold of a good brand consultant, put out your problems, and they will be, and there are management students here. Changing a brand image is very difficult. It's like turning an aircraft carrier. It takes a lot of effort, and you won't be able to identify your brand image. Others do it for you. So please and I think the investment is worth it. Even if it doesn't work out, it's not going to cost you very much. Please go through the internet, look at specialists, put out your problems and ask them what the alumni can do, what the staff can do, what the students can do. And it's not just press alone. It is the combination of presentation, the brand personality. When I see the students here, they're so young, so alive. But if you look at the public, IIT, seen as best days are behind it. Now Madras has got 100 here. My son is from IIT Madras. They project IIT Madras like anything. And I think there are people in advertisement world who are helping them. Please don't be afraid of going to PR agencies. Very, very important. And in PR, there are brand specialists. You go to them and you will not regret it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Arjun,
so
last
as
point
we
on
go
this.
in, it's very important to choose the right person. Okay? You need to find somebody who is not going to learn at our expense. This is a person who has already done that and proven. What we have is a very clear commitment. Okay? But I really think that once you hired that, you really have to give that organization the license and the permission to focus on one or two things. Like if you look at, we have amazing amount of ideas. I still feel you need somebody like Jetli. Sorry, Jetli, I have to push this over and over again. You need a driver, you need amazing faculty guidance, and you need that implementer. And the thing that we also must remember, we are not doing branding to get only better ranking students. We are doing it for every student who is here when they graduate. They maximize on their potential. These are brilliant people, only we know. So I really think this becomes the way of life. This becomes like you going to gym every day, and that is the commitment. But most important thing is you need really two things. One, you really need Jetli. I cannot keep emphasizing that over and over again. And the second, please find that partner who has done that, because that, like there's nothing against our school of business. But if they have not done this, you don't want them to learn at our expense. We need to do that yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just like to add one thing. Royal sir, just. Okay, I'll just need to say something. So the institute's reliance on students on helping them with the branding is a wrong notion, because the students are here to study. So having the MBA students work on it, they won't be giving their full commitment because they have their careers to pursue, and we don't want to hamper that. Even the student alumni cell, the branding cell, they're here to help integrate it, but we need more workforce and support from full-time employees to help us with the process. So that's one thing that we have been facing in the current scenario in the past few years.
I think I also need to speak, please.
Yeah, just one, two more.
Put it on.
Considerable amount of time.
Red angle.
All the time that we have spent this. Am I not? Okay. Now can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is we have spent a lot of time discussing some very good aspects, and also that the point that is we have agreement on is that we need to improve the perception. There are various actions which have been taken so far, are being taken, will take in the future. All will help. But as Captain Mohan Ram has been saying, these are all good elements to improve the perception. But it's a difference between a tactic and a strategy. What a branding strategy is required, that can only be built by an expert. And this cannot be left to hard-working, good, interested people alone. So, I think that in this meeting, we should take a concrete action, which is not that I suggest that with Arjun's help, please set up a meeting that how would you go to find a branding consultant that will work for you. And in this meeting, I think let's take that decision and give a date that in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month. And I think after that only any meaningful discussion can take place. We have had enough discussion giving suggestions.
Thank you.
This is my point.
Yeah. You see, I've been here since yesterday, and my perception about the students, perception about our director, deputy director, and the staff, and the alumni cell, etc., is excellent. I read many things on the LinkedIn about IIT Kharagpur, about the achievements, and as everybody knows, we don't see it in the media. To add further, the hall was empty yesterday. I mean, there are so many student leaders sitting here. I don't know whether they were sitting there yesterday in Netaji or not. The hall should have been full. I mean, we feel that there is no communication within the IIT Kharagpur community itself. Thirdly, I have come here. I know nothing about the achievements on IIT Kharagpur. I should have been given a brochure or I should have been given a folder talking about all the good things that we have done, so that when I go back, I propagate amongst people whom I know, or when I speak on the podium anywhere, I will tell them that look, IIT Kharagpur has done this, 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 this. But you guys have failed in your communication. Let us accept that. I'm not criticizing, but I'm trying to assess our weaknesses. Our weakness is communication. Branding, etc. will follow. But if our communication efforts are zero, then no amount of discussions here will help. That's my feedback. Thank you.
The expert will tell you how to communicate. The expert will tell you how to communicate. The communication is not automatic. The brand expert will tell you what to emphasize. I am not trying to sell consultants. You choose your own consultant. I can tell you, I have been in business which was sinking when I joined TVS. Today it's a multinational. The biggest change is not in quality. Biggest change is not in the products. Biggest change is in perception. Today TVS is respected because we went to experts who tell us, I'm sorry to take a couple of minutes. We had a vehicle called Samurai, which was not the fastest vehicle, which was not the most fuel efficient vehicle. Most fuel efficient was Honda. And most fastest vehicle was Yamaha. We had an advertisement agency which advised us, your problem is you have no problem. We made an advertisement called No Problem Bike with a Japanese guy taking a lift. What it conveyed was, there is no problem with respect to power like Honda. Like there is no problem like Yamaha. There is no problem with fuel consumption. Just that one advertisement changed the fortunes of TVS Motor Company. Please understand, this is a professional job. I can't do it. He can't do it. He can't. None of us are competent. With due respect, the students are not competent. Probably most of the faculty also don't know. Maybe somebody Vinod Kul may know. I suggest this is a job for experts. There is not much you can do if you communicate among yourselves.
Thank you, sir.
How does it help?
I think we got the point. Let us, I think, come to a conclusion. And just I give 5 minutes because of the time crunch. The students present here, if you wish to express your suggestions, if you have some doubts, students, anyone, please come up.
So one thing I would like to tell is that
One by one.
the newsletter is a good initiative for the institute, that whatever is being done in the institute will be projected in quarterly basis. But there are some things happening in the institute that needs to be shown to the world at instant. For that, we should be having a separate entity that focuses on communicating with whatever news channels or whatever channels we choose to go with. At instant, the world should know that IIT Kharagpur is doing something great over here.
One more thing, I think, just to conclude the whole overall here. Yeah, so
Just one moment. The current students, please.
yeah, no, just one point. I think before going to the current students as well, I think we have had a good discussion around how we would like to take the things up. It will be really helpful if we can get a plan of action along with the timelines for doing the same. That has to be circulated to us as well, and so that we are also kind of in touch with this discussion that we have, because अगर इसको हम यहाँ पे छोड़ देते हैं, then it won't be picked up. So I think yes.
So I'm a student of Vinod Gupta School of Management, and a lot of discussion has happened about the media. I think that there should be a balance between print media, digital media and social media. As rightly pointed out by everyone, that we need to focus, we need to aggressively go towards print media and digital media. However, if you look at most of the departments, the social media is handled by the students. So if you want to go aggressively, then their students usually, like I am from the corporate and media interaction cell at VGSOM, so we have to follow certain guidelines. We cannot do anything that goes against, or we have to follow certain hygiene points. So if we want to aggressively put out our points, then there needs to be certain more guidance or free hand for the students to showcase what we are doing in the institute.
Very good. Anyone else? We can take
Hello.
2-3 more. Yeah. Yeah, you please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So I wanted to make the point towards that perception field only. Like if we want the voice of IIT KGP to echo around the globe, the first thing which we need is like we students should be, this voice should be echoing among we students. If we post stuffs on social media like IIT KGP is not good, this is bad or this is bad on that, then how world will see us? Okay, so what I think the improvement on this part is like we should be having more interactions, among the, like there should be like that induction program. There should be more webinars or something like that where we are informed that we are having this thing, and like IIT KGP is doing this thing. This is good in that, so that students realize this, that we are good. So that's my point.
Thank you.
How many people know there is a book about IIT? This is a book. How is this book about IIT?
Sir, let the students.
Know that IIT has a book like this.
Let the students speak. Let the students speak.
One last thing, perception is largely based on the other four metrics because people very focusedly look for what they want. A parent will look at the faculty to student ratio and the graduation outcomes, which are already two indicators of this. Whereas someone who wants to is open to the idea of research will very obviously prefer Madras because it ranks much higher in terms of student to faculty ratio or future research prospects, or even the incubation center has so much more publicity. So a more directed approach to cater to different groups will go a long way as well. So.
Thank you. I just want to know, do you know the faculty student ratio of Madras and Kharagpur?
I'm sorry, sir, could you please?
Do you know the faculty student ratio of Madras and Kharagpur?
So I'm just going based on the TLR
You
ratio
told
on
much,
this thing.
much higher. So overall,
No.
in Indian scenario, we know it's very similar. Yeah.
Based on
so
that,
they
yeah.
have, that is NIRF, sir. NIRF framework has been designed based on Madras group, and they have fit that as 100. So we are just say 4, 5. They are 1:17 or something, and we are 1:20, 21 like that. So it's very marginal. So don't say much. So
Fair.
please,
The
yeah.
great thing to learn from these that these children are still listening to their parents where to study.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thank you. So I think I.
By the way,
So
none of your fellow students have parents in the press.
Any of your parents are in press, media, digital, involved with that?
One of our respected
Sir,
alum is the head of Times of India, Patel Alam itself. He's the current CEO of Times of India Group.
One of our
Times of
alumni
India Group is
Times
one of the
India
biggest groups in
CEO.
India. He's still in touch,
Only
but
two
we
more
don't
students. Yeah, you and then.
Sir,
Okay, so sir, the main problem is that students don't have the exact data of what actually happening. Especially for the student activities, we are doing and participating in many things and getting the good podiums in that, but students don't have the exact data, and that's why they don't have the exact path of what should be going on. So
Good. So we will take it up. That's my curiosity also to know how the students communicate, how the Gymkhana is functioning, how is the communication. I asked some of you, but we should work on it. Thank you. Yeah, you?
sir, even we had official collaboration with Times of India and Hindustan Times. So even whatever the updates we are getting from the PR team of director office, we forward it to them. And the recent post which we posted is like the induction. Like we have been given a bulletin regarding the induction intake. And the induction, the first time we have been conducted the induction for PG and RS. So this has been printed on their papers, and this has been went to their social media prints.
Good. So it has gone, but now it should, take, quantum jump in improving IIT Kharagpur's image. Yeah. One more. Yeah. Sir, one moment. Another student. The last one. Yeah.
Sir, same thing as conveyed by his
Okay,
sir
good.
as
Thank you.
So sir, do you have any idea of how you gonna facilitate it, or just you gonna do it?
idea. I have many ideas, madam, but then I think we need to come up in a discussion.
That's the
subsequent
discussion only.
Not this one.
Okay.
Subsequent discussions to finalize. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So one last from Professor Das. For all of us, Professor Das is Siddhartha Das. He is from Metallurgy department. He is the ex-HOD, ex-CMD of STEP. So I am happy that he is here. So he knows all about the innovative and entrepreneurial activities of the institute over last, I think, couple of years. Yeah, sir, please.
27 and a half years I am here. I agree fully with all of you what you said. Perception is a major problem. What we should do, we compare with ourselves, Indian systems with the US benchmark. You know that every US university in the fall, August, sometimes they have an open house or quad day, quadrangle if they have to project about their university to current students, present students and their guardians. August is not a good month, but what I suggest during the alumni meet in January, if we open up an open house for all good college schools of this locality and rest of the India and ask a teacher and a couple of students or 3 students, whatever we can accommodate, as an open house to come and see what IIT Kharagpur does for the student. You see, I taught at IIT Madras year and a half. I know everything about IIT Madras. I am still in touch with them because I love that place. But I can say any day, any time, we are far superior than them. I teach the first course of the department on the 3rd semester. I tell students that hardly anybody, and mostly said yes, not a single person took metallurgy by choice. It came by default. As you are lucky, you chose the right engineering department. This is the best department on the institute because I believe so, and in the country, I believe so. And then I said you entered IIT Kharagpur because you didn't get the other IITs. That by default. They nodded. But that is blessing in disguise. That's the best engineering university in the country and one of the finest. So perception must be improved by telling the peers and the guardians of the students how good we are. And that can be done only by open house. Throw open the institute, bring the guardians and teachers and show them what we do. 2.5 hours, this distance from airport or Kolkata or Howrah, traffic jam was a major problem. I was also stuck that day. Other than that, in a rush hour in IIT Bombay, how long does it take to go from airport to IIT Bombay? 2.5 hours on the second gear of the car. IIT Madras now hour and a half. Forget about ISC Bangalore, Delhi. So where we are lagging? It's not the distance, it's the perception all of you said. And we have to project to the rest of the country. And by digital media, print media, as well as social and other sites. This we must do and take a place that this January we will open up IIT Kharagpur to the rest of the college, schools of the country. Schools are where the people, the incoming great students will come. And this is my saying. Thank you for.
Brilliant idea. The UK University and British Council to promote to all the schools here. Absolutely. So they go out and, in fact, my daughter-in-law works in.
You see, I am actively involved in many Chamber of Commerce. So Chamber of Commerce should be brought in to show that people and they that this is a great place for industry to communicate.
Thank you, Prashad Das. I think we will not extend any further.
I have
on
not
this.
said a word up till now. I just want to say one sentence. Everything which is discussed is correct, but the first thing we must all agree together is for a professional to do this.
Sure, sure.
Everything is good. Even the
And the timeline as suggested by Arunji.
The professional and the timeline. That's what needs to be done.
Thank you. Just one small hearing from you. Yeah, please.
So, I wanted to move to TLR, but on this, sir, cannot support you more. And in fact, I will say the focus on employees or our professors doing this, showcasing to parents or children, kids talking about it, all of that is such a small part of brand building. Stanford's brand is not built because the students are talking about Stanford. That's a small part of it. That's where a professional comes in, because by showcasing to parents, getting them to campus, all of that is a very small part of what the larger brand building is. But going back to the charts, I had an important point. We talked about perception, rightly so there was a major gap. The other gap clearly from the, I see that the muscles that we have built, TLR is one over the 5 years. We have not touched or even come close to the highest levels that some other institutes have. That is also the core of what we stand for, right? Even if we achieve amazing perception, I think we will all be hollow inside if we are not really matching excellence in TLR. That is where initially, why we aspired to come to IIT, to really be at the best institute from a teaching, learning resources perspective. There we can also see gaps as we move around. I think there, what can we all do together will be super helpful to discuss.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating. I just quickly jotted down something, read it out. So, for the institute perception, we need to have a professional must to come in, some projections in proactive manner, connectivity in incubation centers to come forward, professional help needed, Arjun Sen needed to help, along with, of course, some more. Brand personality is important, and brand consultant, communication, students' data and information with proper timeline of follow-up of activities. So with this, proper communication. Yeah, communication is there. Communication to all different types of media. Lot of suggestions, but in subsequent, this is not the end. This is just the start. So with this, we will be keeping on communicating. I expect all of you to participate subsequently whenever we need your help, and we have all of you illustrious alums here. You are connected to many people, so please contribute and put us, suggest us, and help us.
Sir, I would like to put a question to all the students here. Why they didn't come yesterday morning? That's
We'll
a
come
serious.
to that at the end. I have the same question, sir. We'll come to that.
So
no one should leave until it is ending. So,
the answer will be found there.
Yeah, please. So thank you. So next, next topic, we'll request the students to take us.
First slide is about what we do as students to maintain relations with the alumni. So Student Alumni Cell IIT Kharagpur is a voluntary student body working under the aegis of Dean Alumni Affairs. It strives to bridge the gap between the alumni and the current students, and it continuously endeavors to strengthen the relations between the alumni and their alma mater. So these are the events, initiatives and publications which we conduct throughout the year to maintain the relations with the alumni and to get contributions, to get insights from the alumni and to be in touch with them continuously. So the first one is Alumni Talks. It's a platform for the alumni to express their experiences, to share their insights to the students, to the current students, and it's kind of an interactive session where the students can ask their doubts to the alumni. And the next one is Alvida. It's a farewell dinner and party for the outgoing batch. It's conducted every year. The next is Annual Alumni Meet. It is the flagship event of Students Alumni Cell, in which the alumni of 25, 40 and 50-year-old batches are invited, and they get to relive their carefree days of college life once again here. We conduct various activities for the alumni, like departmental visit, hall visit, 2.2 marathon, illumination, etc. So it's a 3-day event conducted in January every year. Then homecoming is for the batches which have passed out 10, 15 and 20 years ago. It's also similar to Annual Alumni Meet, and the alumni come and relive their days of college life once again. Then we have Leadership Summit. It features the professionals and global leaders. We call them to guide the current students, and we have guest lectures organized for this event. Then there is Phonathon, in which the alumni contribute to their alma mater. It's a platform for them to contribute to their alma mater. It's in various forms like research facilities, student scholarships, etc. And this is all about the events. That in initiatives.
Now let us navigate through initiatives and the publications of the Students Alumni Cell. First we have Alumni Career Assistance Program. Through Alumni Career Assistance Program, we aim to provide a seamless placement procedure with the help of the alumni community. And then going ahead, we have the affinity program where we maintain strong relationships with the multinational companies and to offer benefits to the KGPNs. Then we have alumni blog, which is where the initiative is to make connections through the social media platforms like Medium. Then we have my imprint, where the alumni contribute to the
like I would like to speak up on alumni blog. So basically we reach out to alumni, and right now the main problem is about the database, if we say. Mostly for the alumni blog right now. Yes, we can show it on, like it's on Medium. We would have to log in there. It's on Medium. We can search it on the phones. It's on Medium, alumni blogs.
I'll just brief it for everyone. So any alumni that the students reach out and we conduct an interview and we publish our blog on Medium for the current students in campus to read. So that's just
See,
the
I
whole
think
alumni blog.
I think the question is more around all of these initiatives are great. We are a technology institute, have to be data driven, right? It would be critical to understand how many blogs, how many, what's the viewership number, right? Arindam is here, he teaches the whole world about growth and funnel metrics. It would be critical to understand alumni career assistance program, how many alumni engage with it every year, how many go out through it finding a new job, what is their feedback, because if the scale is not meaningful enough in the alumni ecosystem, they are not making a dent. In the blog, the question is more around the scale not being meaningful enough. Without data, all of these initiatives, you guys, us, we all cannot grow, cannot meaningfully give direction to these initiatives unless there is data which people like Arindam, teach the whole world about how to go about communicating using data, right? Each of these programs, that's what we should love to aspire to see. As a follow-up also, if you can share each of these programs, what is the data around how many alumni each year did you touch base with? What was the level of engagement? A blog, how many people reach the blog? How many minutes on an average do they spend on the blog? What is the drop-off rate? All of these will help us understand, is it meaningful or not?
So basically,
Very good, very good. I think are you having the data now?
yeah, we have the data for current years right now.
So can it be displayed?
Like
no?
we have it.
Okay, no, ठीक है.
I can tell the statistics right
You
now.
can read it out. हाँ.
Yeah. So basically, the main problem, if I say about all the events and initiatives together, is we have an alumni base of around 80 to 90,000 in total. But the data with us is for about around 30,000. So that's very less. So you need to help us to get connected.
Please don't talk of all those. What are the data as
So,
asked now?
for
The
ACAP,
each of the events, each of the initiatives for the past 1 year. Do you have the data?
yeah. For the last year I have, for the alumni career assistance program, we are having it, we have reached to around, we have reached to the recent batches for alumni career assistance program, and right now we have around 200 participation from the alumni side and around 200 participation from the student side. It's for the graduating batch.
One moment, I think, yeah. You want to speak?
See, what I want to say is this, that these are all very good stuff that isn't put in, but I think there's a problem that we may get lost in the weeds, because if we discuss each point blow by blow, there will be questions.
Yeah,
and-
okay, no problem.
No, can I finish? Can I finish? My suggestion is that what are we trying to look here is what is the alumni impact, right? That is the title of this session. Now, I think this is the opportunity for you guys to shoot at us instead of us asking you the
That will come to you, sir.
No, I'm
Let
saying
us
do
hear.
that now, because the fact that my perception, and you have to excuse me if I'm being blunt, is that the only thing the institute wants from the alumni is money.
No.
No, my perception, see, perception is all. So the point I'm asking is that what do you want from the alumni to increase their impact on the institute?
Okay.
So though that will be a much more
We'll come to
meaningful
that.
discussion for us.
Yeah, good. So good
I
to.
think I second your point because even on the previous agenda, initially we started discussing each and every opinion, but at the end, the final output which we expected was the overall solution that we can propose, which was an agency. So similarly, like someone should coordinate the session towards a solution-oriented approach rather than discussing
We are coming
every
up.
minute
We are
pointers.
coming up. So
Yes.
yeah, just to answer those data. Yeah, you were coming up for the first one, alumni career assistantship program. You have 200 hits.
Yes.
So
Like
next.
we have reached many alumni, but the response from their side was 200. Each batch is around 1600 to 1800 approximately. Including RS and PhD, we have around 2000. So we would have reached around 4000 people in total for the batch of 23 graduates and 24 graduates. But we received responses from only 200 people.
Out of 4,000, 200 responded and got engaged. Is it? Yeah. Okay.
Devashish sir.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I had been going around and talking to student leaders and various students who are actively involved in these activities for Spring Festival, etc., etc. The common complaint I received was that there are 90,000 alumni. Now, you asked her to shut up and don't go into the details, but the fact of the matter is that out of 90,000, as she said, only 30,000 she can approach. And most of them said alumni cell is not cooperating with us so that we are able to reach out to all 90,000. We don't have the database. So there has to be some bridge between alumni cell and the student bodies so that they are able to communicate to all 90,000 alumni. That's a serious bottleneck we have apparently after having spoken to all these student leaders around the campus yesterday.
I'll add something to this. So
Arjun, yeah, one moment.
just 1 second, Devish.
So at Brigham Young, we waited for a year to act because what we realized that if a relationship with alumni is not good, you cannot keep throwing multiple tactics. Okay? So we thought that let's figure out what the core problem is, and after doing more than 100 one-on-one interviews, we could summarize into one sentence. Was alumni did not want a phone call where the first thing is, what will you give? Instead, they wanted a phone call, what will Brigham Young, or in our case, IIT, will give back to us. And then there were three things that we found if we give, the alumni on their own will come and give you. Because if you follow the tan, man, dhan, if you get the tan and the man, the dhan comes. The number one thing was post-placement service, which means if tomorrow I get a job, whether it is in Jamshedpur or in San Jose, you will connect me to an alumni who will guide me in the first 30 days. The second was ongoing networking opportunities. That's huge in today's world, is how will I get unfair legal advantage? And the third was the speaker series. Like if you can get any one of the super VPs here to come and talk in my community if they are there, that's gold. Because those were the three things that we learned right away, and we focused on only those three things. And that was very important was, sir, to look at, if I want to give you a gift, I don't give you what is easy for me to give. And finally, what we learned was doing few things right. We were only focusing on these three strategies as we went through.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
So can I propose kind of three things?
I'll just complete this thing. So one of the problems that I as a VP currently faced last year was reaching out to alumni was not in our purview. If accessing anyone's email of any of our alumni, it was restricted by the alumni cell because of some notion. So as every VP is over here, is there any problem the student body accessing your batch email address for reaching out for events, collaboration? It is a problem, right?
It is a big
so
problem.
how do we bridge that? Like, what is the communication
Samad,
mechanism?
Yeah, Samad, let me intervene. Yeah, I think I'll come back. I'll respond to Suri Saab's question also. Yeah, let us hear. Yeah.
Yep. So the three things actionable I can help with. Last year's Intra-IT Tech Fest. It's about Trumio, by the way, and I'm not trying to sell Trumio necessarily because these are some of the conversations we have been having with Didi, Madam, and everybody else, and even across institutes. So number one is, as part of our problem statement, we had across every IIT actually go and survey alumni minimum 50 I remember, and come back with what they think they want to do. And I'm happy to share that data with everyone here. So please feel free to reach out to me.
So please share the data with us also.
Also the data, yes, absolutely, which is about what alumni want. What do they want to do? So coming back to what sir was saying, right? Yes, I told people is the only email I get from the IIT Kharagpur, for example. Number one is give us some donation to renovate the hall, and the second one is the rewards that are given recognizing alumni, which is good, but there's more to it that they want. We know that. I'll share that data. That's number one. Number two, like I mentioned, Madam was telling me the accuracy of the data that exists today. And that's a problem, and that's something we had assured that as we continue to evolve, we'll be happy to share the data as we go along, right? So that's the second thing. So that's a partnership that we have. The third one here is, I mentioned Atal Agarwal. In a matter of 3 months, he has 10,000 plus alumni with their latest data and signing up on a daily basis. When I'm back next week,
With Atal?
with Atal Agarwal. So I'll speak to him when I'm back week after next, and figure out a way that how we can create a mechanism where we can share more data or share those ideas and how he's able to do it and find the opportunity to collaborate.
What was your second point?
The second point was as we continue to build Trumio, we have been gathering our old data to reach out to alumni is a very key angle for us. So we have been creating our own database, and we'll continue to share that. We had assured Madam when she was in Bay Area a couple of months ago that we'll be happy to share that as part of our partnership as we
Very
continue.
good. Thank you.
One of the disconnects here is if this data is strict,
Yeah.
why didn't it seamlessly go to the alumni service?
Sir, it gets lost, right?
Why not? Everybody knows what are the cells.
Yeah. So the issue, sir, is like, for example, I stopped getting emails until one of my another alumni from here, a good friend of mine, told me, "Hey, but aren't you coming to the picnic?" And I said, "When is it?" And I was not getting email because my email was somehow in database for some reason was lost, right? Or it may have been old. I didn't remember. So it's that kind of activity, emails getting stale, and I don't know what's happening, right? Kind of situation, and it happens. That's real life.
Thank
The
you.
question is, how do you keep it
So,
up to
sir,
date?
let me hear from you. Yeah, Avinash. After that, you can.
Thank you. So one of the reasons I'll just kind of answer your question because I've seen it during my tenure as well, is email IDs change, and the institute till very recently did not have an alumni email. Like none of us had it, right? Now I think they have it. Because of that lifetime email ID missing, I think, and phone numbers change because of that happens. But I wanted to go back and take a step back and understand a very fundamental aspect first. And this is how I think, so I'm trying to understand it myself. Working backwards, so what is the desired outcome that we are chasing in terms of this?
Yeah.
What is the state that we want to be in? And then it's easier to work backwards from there. Because if I'm
Okay.
able to
Yeah, we will
visualize the
come to
future
you. Yeah,
state,
I
that'll be
think
great.
the same thing is being asked by all. Yeah.
Yes, the same thing, sir. Where other institutes are providing alumni email IDs to the whoever passed out the college. So that could be the easy way to connectively. So it could be like a few authorized
I
mails
think
should
fine.
be.
It is fine with the same question, but I do not know whether other institutes are really providing. So it's a hearsay. So fine,
Other
sir.
institutes do provide their
no,
alumni
no,
mail
madam, no,
IDs.
strictly no. I have
Nee.
talked to the other IIT alumni office cells also. So they
IIT
don't.
Madras and IIT Bombay.
Kharagpur provided email to the alumni 10 years back.
Yes.
It was given to me also, but I rarely used
You are
it. That's a
saying
different thing.
the
It was
central
provided
access can
10
be
years
to the
back.
institute, but
Okay,
every
so we'll
alumni.
debate. This is a debating. So you can get the response now itself. Samath asked whether we can do so. We got an objection. So there are serious objections raised by alums because this is a personal and confidential information not to be shared. And unless that
Nee,
particular
like my
individual,
question is not about personal and
this is,
confidential
no,
information.
it is not the
being
question,
shared.
it is the point. So if you feel we can talk about this at length anytime, I am ready, I am here. I get lot of emails from all across the world, alums mentioning many things, but we do not share. Probably I took up this just 2 years back. The day I joined, I asked my office what is the connectivity of my office with alumni. I was told it is 45, 49,000. And the parameter of connectivity was that the emails don't bounce back. That's it. So
Like,
our alumni
at least
office is
what
not
I-
connected to the alums, and alums are also not bothered. Over last three alumni events, I asked alums, why don't you respond to emails from the Office of Alumni Affairs? I was told, we see the email, we don't read, we mark it and delete it instantaneously. So these are the things that have happened over the period of so many years. I don't know what is the solution. So these are the things that you should also listen what I face. Maybe people sitting on my chair, they face. And
Here
maybe
I
that is the
also want
perception
to come
of
back
our
on the
alums.
question by
So we
Suriji
should,
also.
yeah, so we should definitely come up with some services like post placement service, ongoing network opportunities, or getting engaged with the institute through speaker series, and lot of such services should be made available to the alums to remain connected and be aware of the happenings or initiatives taken at the institute part. And about the solution for trying to share or getting connectivity amongst the alums without ourselves getting responsible for exposing the personal details, we are working on it. We are trying to, I told Samarth, it started with Devki, Samarth, and now it is Sagar, that we need some of CRM type of facilities where I saw some of the CRMs and I got really impressed of is about the 24/7 of Apollo, which I told Samarth also. We need students to help us, or we need someone to help us where they can talk and I don't get blamed that I am exposing anyone's confidential things. So that is under the way, which needs lot of support. So Samarth's 1 year went, Devki some months went, and Sagar is on the way. Let us see. Let us see. So
At
we
least
have
like
plans.
since institute
May I
has
make a small
completed.
point, please?
Yeah.
Please benchmark not the IITs, benchmark Stanford,
Sure.
Harvard, and MIT. I did a 3-week course in Stanford in 1996. I still get mailers from Stanford University.
True.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And the way the Harvard Business School has built a powerhouse of their alumni, and they are almost like a bloody mafia, sorry for the language. And I think that is the don't benchmark IIT Bombay, IIT Madras. There are much better organizations.
Yeah, very true.
Benchmark
Yeah,
the best
very
in the
true,
world.
sir.
Please do that.
Since 90s when I graduated, I saw my fellows, they go for MS and they get a lifelong email of the university, which was lacking, which we started around 2004-5, and now that's what is being thought of. So that will be an official communication ID. Wherever you go, your ID remains same, and you get many privileges or services. These need to be decided. So with the new director, deputy director, and all, we came up with one small, but I still mention that those who are getting engaged with the institute in any one or the other form, through MOUs, through contributions, through one on tan, man dhan, whatever, any of those engagements, they can stay, they are welcome to stay as institute guests on institute campus in the TGH Technology Gymkhana as institute guests for one day, night, and the other day for taking forward or any discussions on those lines. So this was one of the things which as an engager, all my alums should get. So we have started, this is small initiative, but there may be some more coming up. So but this may not be also known to all of you, although I keep sending emails, but I do not get responses. The emails we cannot for, but LinkedIn posts. Yeah, that is what I have been. There has to be, you are correct. So the day I took up, I see they have done many activities, you can see, but I asked what is the impact of these in favor of Kharagpur or against Kharagpur. So I am over the years I am trying to count and get these data, and one of the easiest is it varies. Say for affinity program, so there is mentorship program. How many mentors are coming on a regular basis? If it is an annual alumni meet, what is the turn?
So I think that is the title or the agenda of this meeting should be the answer for Arindam's question. That is alumni engagement.
Yeah, I wrote alumni
So-
engagement as the topic.
Sir,
of my, so
like-
we'll so for
like one
various
question-
matrices for various initiatives or various events. So if it is an event, what is the footfall or what is the online attendance?
For sure. But the thing is, why we are launching that initiative, if that is not clear, what key metric we are going after, if that is not clear, any initiative is going to fall flat. We would be very happy looking at that initiative's numbers, but we'll lose sight of that bigger picture. If a company's CEO does not look at the profitability numbers and the wealth they are creating for the shareholders, everything else falls flat, right? So I will not be measuring like a company on, okay, I did this launch or that launch and this is how this launch performed. Yes, those are sub metrics, but at the core of it comes that one key metric, right? So, and that's the thing which I believe
Probably
has
that's
been
what
missing.
I think we should get help from people like you. We are working on, but we may not come, on a very quantitative manner. These are the metrics. But as of now, we try to see how many events have taken place, how was the attendees, what are the responses, and after the event, if I send out some, feedback form, I get maybe if there were 50, I get a feedback of only 2 or
Sir,
3.
I will propose.
hearing from
Sir, I
everyone-
propose that Arindam something where, as a next step, if we can get together, you can help, and we can
Absolutely,
basically do
absolutely.
the same thing, sir.
Yeah.
Shram dan, dhan dan, और आप जो भी आप
Yeah.
is in 3 dimension में how many? What was the engagement across the year? These are the 3 dimensions that matter.
That is true. That is the one.
One question to all the VPs, like for example, I graduated just a year and a half ago and I haven't received any email from the institute in the past 1.5 years. I want to understand from all of you, since you have graduated long ago, on an average, how many emails did you receive from the institute per year? Okay.
It comes on a monthly basis probably, yeah.
Okay, you get monthly updates on your personal Gmail. Like, is it the same with everyone?
No, I almost get it on.
Like how?
Hey, Devki, maybe you have
I-
unsubscribed to the email.
Yeah, I
you
get
might
it.
have unsubscribed to the email chain.
I think just getting email maybe the wrong
Devashish
metrics we are
Devashish
looking at.
ji, what I get on email and what I see on LinkedIn and what I hear from all of
Totally
you,
different,
what I
yeah.
hear from all of you here, there is no linkage.
Yes.
I mean, there's
There are gaps existing.
so many gaps. What you are communicating to me is somebody has started a startup. Those business information are useless. You are promoting a couple of guys in your email. That's of no use to me.
That is an
What is
obligation,
important for me to know is what IIT Kharagpur is doing and excelling in which areas, and that is absolutely not available. What students are doing, what Spring Festival is happening, what how Kshitij went, I have no clue. All I get is a phone call, sir, I am in Durga Puja, I am in Delhi, I want to meet you, I want some money. I mean, this is bullshit, yeah. At least tell us what you did in Kshitij, what you did in Spring
On behalf
Festival.
of all the students, beg for pardon on
Sir, if you
such
can't,
calls.
if you can't give them the
Not
emails,
just
at least then
students.
take their email content and send it to us. If you have some, problem in giving the emails to them, then get the information from them and then send it to us. I mean, it's so easy to do it.
Suri
Yes,
sir, the point you made, Suri sir, to me it really hit home when you said multiple places, when you see different messages, it confuses us. I think that's a very big point to look at is at a higher level, going back to the first topic, somebody has to decide what IIT Kharagpur stands for, what the brand is, and then when Suri sir gets the email, whether it's LinkedIn or anywhere, that's different, like a drive-through or dine-in or take-out. It's the same restaurant, same brand, same Starbucks. So I really think that's a very important point we should not miss. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I think there is a need for working together of all the outputs are outwardly facing messaging or bulletin boards from IIT Kharagpur through emails, through LinkedIn posts, through Facebook posts or Instagram. So all should be from one end. That's what I have been telling. So even for this VP Conclave, there have been posts of the same event for two different dates. Probably you didn't notice. I saw it and I told someone to take corrective action. So some errors do come up, but I think it's an error. But what you are talking of is a gap. So there should be a mechanism. I'm trying to work out on that. So maybe I will sit with Arindam to please.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. There are multiple things as of now, sir. There is a website of Institute website of Alumni Affairs and Outreach and International Relations. There are student websites of each of them. There are Facebook handlers. There are LinkedIn handlers. There are Instagram handlers. I do not know. Even I am, not aware of many things. So I should get. True. True.
Sir, I'm getting into a little bit of weeds here, but but some of the things like it's a more of a question of a content. Content had to be engaging, whether it's the email or whether it's the website. Website is really slow for me to access in US, and it's very painful. So these are very fundamental things, but the content and how you create engaging content, and I'm sure there are students here who are so brilliant and so creative, and we have to just increase the value of that content, right, and how people can engage with that. We can easily get lost in the website, right? So that's kind of one point. It has a lot of information, but you have to just make it engaging, right? But what you want them to do, actionable things, bubbling it up front is going to be very helpful, right?
We'll come up.
Yeah. One other thing I would say is currently I'm running a project with 180 degrees, which kind of goes towards what we are talking about here, and we'll be happy to discuss offline. I mentioned it to Sagar yesterday as well, and we can take it forward in terms of how we can make it more actionable as well. And especially, Arindam is very much right. Metrics is going to be super important. If it's not one number, maybe three numbers. I think I like his idea. I missed his name. Avinav, I liked his idea. Those three metrics are actually very solid. They're engaging, they catches your attention, and I think that's the point to start from.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll come back to one moment. Just before we continue, I take the privilege of introducing our registrar, Captain Amit Jain. He is from Indian Navy, so he is serving us as Institute Registrar for 1.5 years or more, approximately that. So I am happy that you have joined, sir. So we need to work together for solving out these issues. It's good, great. I am having a good time. Let me hear from Brahmjot, then I'll come to you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, everyone. So, sir, I have been since my first year till my final year, and I now have graduated in 2024. What I have observed that over a span of 5 years, the events and the avenues for engaging alumni that used to be conducted in my first year by Students Alumni Cell or any other body of the institute by the Office of Alumni Affairs, that has dropped down in the last 5 years. Because I know in my first year there were student alumni meets where meetups within the alumni and the student community were carried out at the chapter level, city level. There was a Bangalore meet, there used to be a Kolkata meet. I myself, my seniors have went for Kolkata meet multiple times. And then we used to have events like homecoming to engage the younger alumni of who have graduated 5, 10 or 15 years ago. Apart from the annual alumni meet that is targeted for the senior lot of alumni. Apart from that, we used to have leadership summits, we used to have ACAPs, we used to have all these events, right? But now I see, compared to my first year, the engagement frequency and the times at which these events are carried out has dropped down Secondly, the footfall of events, if I see. During my first year when the meet was conducted, we had a footfall of 400 alumni. If you can help me.
Kharagpur is not able to hold 400 alumni in campus. Please.
Sir,
so you should talk about correct statistics.
No,
Yeah.
sir,
Continue, please.
It was in collaboration with Springfest. It was the alumni meet of 2018.
So continue. So for
Yeah.
400 in campus is impossible.
But we can check. We can definitely have a look at the number of the footfall, how the participation has been across these 5 years, and accordingly we need to take a call what is lacking and where the improvement needs to come.
Okay, Brahmjot, since you are coming up with this question and you were here, do you have the statistics of how many chapter events have taken place?
I request the office.
The
Sir,
chapter events have started.
I think on
this
the
year, are you
official
aware?
levels.
Sir, I request the Office of Alumni Affairs to kindly provide us with the numbers so that we can have a comprehensive discussion.
No, they cannot provide you on the flow, on the fly. So
Wait,
those data
definitely.
you should have come prepared and told here because you are coming up with this point. So you should own that.
Yes, sir.
So number one.
WhatsApp group community, and now for each of the places they have a.
Hey, we have the Pune chapter meet or O chapter meet, Hyderabad chapter meet. You tell them. I'll tell you.
I understand,
Okay,
sir. But
Brahmjot, to cut it short, let me hear from the current alumni student members whether the alumni meet for Pune
Sir, so
Pune and
I would like to
Hyderabad
speak
chapter.
in this for the events and initiatives which were full-fledged before COVID and right now, as he said that the footfall is less and everything. So the first thing is about homecoming, if I say, for example. So in homecoming as well, the main issue we face is it was held in August, and for to organize an event like homecoming, we have to start the preparations from February or March, say. But because our semester ends, so because of the permission loads and everything, we start the preparation from July, and we are not able to conduct that. So due to COVID as well, we are facing many issues with that. And for there are events which we need to make immediate action to. Like if you want to conduct something, we need to make immediate action and we need permissions for that. But these things take delay. That is from student side, if I say, from students alumni side, these are the problems which we face. We are trying to revive everything. We have had students alumni meet in Hyderabad and Pune this time. Like he said for Kolkata, we have had it in Hyderabad and Pune this time. But the main problem is also one thing about the metric which you said. What we look at is how many alumni we get the responses from and to how many are we personally connected to. So basically for ACAP, if, like I mentioned before, we have just sent the forms via email. We haven't connected them. What I believe is, if we connect them personally, just merely sending a form via email, I don't think they would pay attention to. I want to hear it from you all, what you say in this. Would you pay attention to an email or personally connecting with you would you prefer?
Has the email gone for the alumni meet of January?
Yeah, it will. First email has gone.
First email has gone with the dates.
Yeah, with the dates.
Confirmed dates. Suriji, you got the confirmed dates? Confirmed dates? January ki.
But we haven't got the link for accommodation.
Yeah, it
Registration.
is coming. It is coming up.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so good. So yeah, a lot of things are reviving up. So things are happening. Chapter meets are taking place for alums. So I think probably you should update yourself before coming up with all these.
Sir,
so good. So for the
sir,
alums,
excuse me, sir.
we
Sorry.
will talk about it later. So fine. So for the questions, what I am getting from all of you is, what do we want from all of you? We wanted to know what all each of you each of you cannot provide all of you all needed services. You are expert in 1 or 2 or 3 maximum of these services, or maybe someone can be good in 5, 6, 7. So I wanted to know what will be the best engagement scopes where each of you can get engaged. So something like donations, we come take that as the third priority. First is how you can get engaged with the institute initiatives which are student centric. So one which is coming up for the first time in all the IITs is the students semester away program. So which is for the first time is getting experience on an experimental mode run in IIT Kharagpur, where we need lot of alum support. And I have been telling this, Commander Jetli may be knowing, in each of the alumni forum, all of you please help us. So SAP in essence has an option for the students to extend the 2-month summer internship program to another 6 months, whole of the semester. So it can be for 8 months that the student gets engaged with any top-notch industry, organization, research organization or academia within India, outside India. And they can come up with 8 months is not a small duration. They can definitely come up with very good output, industrial output, prototyping, patenting, publication. So from research to industry or entrepreneurial activities. So they have lots of time to get engaged with this 8 months with any of the top-notch locations. So there you should help suggesting, connecting them with our alumni cell, and we can put it to Dean Student Affairs or Dean Academics, and that goes to help the students. So this is number one. So number two is there are various occasions where we need alums to help us in terms of providing or connecting us with very experienced or well-known foreign faculty members. So presence of foreign faculty members in Kharagpur already is having a very negative perception. To reach Kharagpur is very difficult. I keep telling that yes, you have reached Kharagpur, even to go out of Kharagpur is also very difficult. So as long as you are in Kharagpur, it's very safe, very peaceful, very environmentally healthy. But because of the communication, because of that notion, we get very less faculty members willing to come to Kharagpur, spend time. Although we sometimes get some governmental funds, but they say initially they accept, but once it comes to the point that they should come, they had one or the other pretext to deny it. So if we can have in our campus a foreign faculty for minimum 3 months, that adds to +1 in our QS ranking system. That's what we came to know over so many iterations.
Is it required to be physically present? Because in today's world,
Physically present. We have the director acting, Professor P.K. Datta. I can ask you, please put it on.
We require physical presence. It may not be continuous, but engagement has to be 3 months. Sometimes we go on, but he should be assigned 3 months.
I think that is okay. The reason I'm asking is in all our batches, I guess, we have had batchmates who are now professors in my batch of people who are professors in Princeton and Cornell and all of these prestigious universities. And I'm guessing because of the
Students, please sit back.
Students, why you are leaving?
Please come back.
It's not the lunch time yet.
Out of the 3 months, actually, at least 2 months or something has to be physical. Yeah.
Sir, I just want to know on this issue, has any communication gone to the alumni that this is what we need? And when was it last?
Yeah, in each for last 2-3 years, minimum 2 years, we have reached out to alums seeking their opinion. Yes, you want to participate in a survey conducted by QS in favor of IIT Kharagpur.
Sir, I am asking any communication, any circular has gone to the alumni that these area we are trying, please help us. Has any circular gone to the alumni?
No.
I have not seen any. Now, if you need our help, you have to communicate with us. You are not communicating. That's what I
have a
to
question.
Communicate, communicate, and communicate.
No, sir, it has gone in terms of the willingness for that individual.
Willingness to whom?
To all the alums of our alums.
Those who are sitting in US.
those who are in academia, those who are
Fine. So you have selectively gone to maybe 20 people, maybe 30 people, maybe
Yes,
50
so
people.
that has failed. So
अरे
now
भैया 30,000 लोगों को भेजिए. This is what we are looking for.
we have sent to around 1,200 people.
Send to all 30,000. No, what's the problem? I didn't get it.
No, that was selectively sent. So we send it to.
I can send it to some 20 people in
So
my
good,
groups.
good. So that's where
He
it's
can
good.
send it to his groups. He can send it to their groups.
So it's good. So you,
Please,
so, yeah, we are
communicate.
requesting you. So it's good. We will send you.
Please.
Yeah.
So
Not
let
to
me
me,
ask
to
you.
everybody.
Let me ask you a critical question, right? So I understand, the faculty coming here, foreign or from other places in India. What do they get? Or people who come want to mentor, right? Alumni who come want to mentor, and I know a few of them, from my in the corporate days, right? But what do they get? Because look, traveling is hard. It's a given. Kharagpur. That's not going to change, right? Question is what value you can add.
I think that's a very
To me,
important
what's
question.
value to me?
Foreign faculty
Other than
members,
supporting the institute, there has to be more than
foreign
that.
faculty members, once they come here, they get really good compensation pack.
Compensation. will
When
be
you say
given.
foreign faculty, it means Indians also.
$3,000.
Sir,
Yes, Indian also, right?
$3,000.
Indians also who are NRIs.
I think the question is
sir,
more
this
than
is-
compensation.
Sir, this is not just about the NRI per se. But any person anywhere in the world, they are busy. The question is whether you're creating engaging content, sending me information. That's all super important. I agree with Commander Jetli. Is communicate.
For
But at the
example-
end of the day, what am I getting? out of it?
For example, sir, professors who want to become tenured, if they come here and put in 3 to 6 months at KGP, does it enhance their probability of converting their, professorship into a tenured professor?
They have
If
to go
that
far
proposition
beyond
gets
that.
built, then you will have just a stream of people coming in, as an example.
Exactly. So those are the kind of things like what value does it have? I want
those
to give
options
back.
are there. I'm not aware so much because Dean of Faculty Affairs. Yeah, Professor Dattu can.
Yeah, I think we give here TA and also travel allowances, free stay, and other facilities. And apart from that, up to $10,000.
Yeah, money is not the only value, sir. Money is important. Money is not the only value. What else am I getting out of it? Like Vinod was saying, right? Like it adds to my professional career, right?
A particular individual getting engaged in Kharagpur after the.
Money is important, sir, but it has to go far beyond money. Money I can make anywhere else, somewhere else.
I think it is
Right.
Yeah, research collaboration,
student exchange
joint,
program.
because
Absolutely.
now we have facility for joint guidance,
Absolutely.
external supervision.
Absolutely.
So we right now some external supervision is also there, but though less in number, but there are few external supervisors from US, UK, and other places as well.
Those are the kind of things we need to
with the
project.
universities
right?
of Manchester, Melbourne, Curtin, WMG, and with I think another 2-3 from UK, we have the possibilities now set up, accepted in CNET for joint doctoral guidance.
Yeah,
Students
absolutely.
from here go there, and that particular individual professor has an opportunity to become the co-supervisor of a research scholar who is doing research here. And these two faculty members now gel, they go for writing big proposals, so all those scopes are there.
Absolutely.
So that way, that may be a takeaway. So those are already spelled out very properly, and these programs are running very well for last 6 to 7 years. Yeah.
So this
we
is
go
exactly
through-
the kind of thing that needs to be projected, because that's engaging content in one hand. Like if I see it, right, and if I have some other ideas in my corporate life, if you may, if I see XYZ thing happening, that's engaging content. Oh, I can do this. Go back to IIT Kharagpur, right? Or
So
the
now,
faculty.
thank you. So government also is promoting this, India government. So there is a scheme called Spark. So it's a collaborative scheme between Indian professor and an overseas professor, and it's a mobility program. So mainly visit of overseas professor to India, and Indian student abroad. And there is small fund for overseas students also to visit. So this is the scheme for mobility, and through that to promote research. It's a government Ministry of Education scheme.
So, ma'am, I want to add one thing you said is what you said to me was very important, that by coming here, the faculty gets access to a network which will help in future research. Okay, I really think those are priceless things that they cannot get anywhere.
Rotman School of Business, University of Toronto.
Get us
He's
connected.
ex-IIT Madras,
Please get
and
us
I am
connected.
and Harvard. That school has a full-time communications executive. And the way he projects Rotman School of Business makes me want to join them. And communication also is a professional activity. It is not for gifted amateurs. And particularly with the proliferation of social media and exposures, etc., how to get maximum bang for the buck requires a professional. I would strongly urge IIT Kharagpur to have a full-time communications employee whose only job is to communicate with alumni, communicate with social media, communicate with press, etc. He can work with consultancies, etc. That I think the day of the gifted amateur, who is a master of sort of jack of all trades and master of everything, is gone. For instance, I cannot communicate. I am a fairly decent speaker, but the kind of communication which is going on in the world today is totally beyond my capability. I would strongly urge IIT Kharagpur to employ a full-time communications professional who will advise you on all aspects. All your talks are about inputs. I don't see that much about outcomes. And I think a communication professional is very much needed. This is my submission.
Do we have our PRO team here today? Anybody from the PRO team? Anybody? No students, no employees. The PRO team employees.
PRO team employee is not here.
Nobody is here.
Sir.
Now such an important event happening.
PRO team works with the registrar. So
That's okay. With whoever it works, what I'm saying is, such an important event is happening. We are discussing on so many things. PRO people should have been here, making the notes. What press release they will give tomorrow, I don't know. If they are not here even. क्या दोगे press release आप?
Press release तो होगी नहीं. No, Debashish, what is the organization structure that you have? How many staff do you have? Can you show it to us? You see, to communicate with 90,000 people and 17,000 students, I mean, how many people do you have to take care of so many initiatives, events and publications? Can I know how many people? 4, 5, 10, 15, 20?
Oh, for alumni cell you want?
Yes.
Oh, for alumni cell.
People working under you full time.
Yes.
These are the
Not
students.
Not students. Your
For
employees.
the alumni cell, we have full time. As of now, it keeps varying. The designation was earlier senior executive officer.
Whatever it is. I'm sure.
One is senior executive officer who has been now replaced by one assistant
अरे यार वो
registrar.
सब ले छोड़ो ना यार. How
And
many
one
people do
junior
you have with identified responsibilities?
And who have no other responsibility.
Two permanent employees
And who have no other
plus
responsibility.
plus six temporary employees.
So ऐसा नहीं चलेगा ना. Temporary employees से काम कैसे होगा? इतने important activities हैं आपकी और temporary employees हैं.
Sir,
I
it's,
request to acting director.
Students and will be.
Huh? No, I don't want an answer from students. I want an answer from the alumni cell head.
Not faculty. Not faculty.
No, we want to know who are they full time, 8 hours a day.
Like from the student side, I have the answer for the team, for the organizational structure which you are asking for.
Not the students team, it is the
Full-time employees, like as he said, in our office we have around 5 to 6 that working and few are temporary. We are having a problem with the office staff as well.
5 to 6. There is no doubt about it.
Has come as the major issue because organizational structure is in itself was not clearly defined is something that I can clearly see.
Agreed.
We should work on this part along with the timeline and it should be clearly on the website also. I'm just checking alumni.iitkgp.ac.in website also. Like there are contacts of dean and office members, which is completely outdated. The staff or even the dean's contact is not updated, and other staff also.
How do you know Dean's contact is updated?
Sir, it is still Professor Jayanto Mukhopadhyay.
That is this still Professor Chandra?
Acha, ye jo
Sir,
Dean,
quick
alumni
question.
cell and outreach.
Sir,
But as Dean Outreach, I am getting the mails regularly, and you are right. Sometimes I am some people are addressing me as Professor Mukhopadhyay also because they do not know yet. Okay, so but yeah, institute website it is updated. You please check the website. But in the institute website that is updated. You please.
You see the list of deans of the institute. Is it there? So
Sir,
Sir, the alumni will check alumni website.
Like for this, like the clear ask from all of us or clear actionable is organizational structure
No,
is not
this
defined.
this web page is not maintained officially. This is maintained by the students' body.
Sir, a quick question, sir.
So as
Sir, may I interrupt once?
A quick question, sir.
Devashi
as
sir.
Dean Outreach.
Students, can you confirm, is it the website that is being maintained by students completely, alumni.iitkgp.ac.in?
No, that is not maintained by students completely. We have students alumni site maintained by us.
Isn't
That's it.
iitkgp.ac.in
It's
an
pretty clear,
official ID
guys.
of,
Guys,
KGP?
I think we are getting too much in the weeds here.
Okay.
So just kind of one question for you guys.
Yeah, just a moment. I just like to take 1 minute here. So I have taken the position of Dean Outreach very recently, just 3 months back. So what I would like from you, from the alumni, that we organize, as I mentioned yesterday also in the welcome lecture, that we organize various programs, collaborative programs in the various forms, and many of you are the top executives of different companies. So if you can collaborate with us to arrange some programs, maybe it is the leadership program for the mid-level managers or the senior level managers, or in any other collaborative program, maybe in some other topics also, because we want to build a connect between the industry and the academia. So it's my request that if you can help us with that aspect, we'll be very happy.
So let me quickly, this is
Very
my
good.
reaction, by the way, just to say one thing.
I'll come to you.
Yeah.
Just let us structure. I would like to visit all the VPs first, to one by one. It can start with you also. Sir.
No.
To come in one sentence on your willingness or expertise which you would like to get engaged with for the institute in one or the other form. So the foreign students.
One sentence.
One sentence. I'll come to you. Please keep thinking. I'll come to
Devashi
you.
sir, before that I'd like to say
Sir.
something. Just one small thing.
I have to give
Sure.
some time, so I'll come to all one by one. So until that it starts, we can take up one or two questions. And as Madam told, so we have a plan of collaborating with top-notch industrialists or our alums who are very famous to organize executive short-term courses. And I strongly believe that with your presence, this will be really making an impact, not only in the industry or academic field wherever you are, but also an impact for IIT Kharagpur. And the participants,
Ultimately, it is the ranking, so it is going to play a very important role. So Devashish.
yeah, and many times we see that participants of such short-term executive course or workshop, they do collaborate with the respective professors. They come, visit, see the facilities which are getting exposed to all of you, and they become sometimes a researcher, research collaborator, and take the initiative to a highest level. So these are some of the aspects which we have in mind. Please keep thinking. I'll take some questions from Samarth and the students, followed by students. Okay, Samarth
So
and,
everyone over here, I'll just like to
yeah.
bring us together to one point. So what Devaki pointed out was a byproduct of not being enough people in the office to help in upkeep the maintenance of the website. The student alumni cell is involved with students and they're doing a wonderful job. The number of events that you can see being conducted by a student body is amazing, but getting perfect execution to a level that we are making a dent in the alumni network is not possible just by students, and that is facilitated by the office. And as we have already talked about, the main point is the office is not able to facilitate such many activities. Homecoming being one example that we have to cancel it because of students coming back to campus by August or July and not being able to conduct it within 2 months. But having full reliance on students is not the way to forward because we are here to study. And you must, in your own time, must have realized a lot of activities being burdened by the student bodies, but it is not able to do a mundane task like designing poster or editing videos because we are engineering students, and we need professionals to help us with that because it is a thing that will be repetitive for years to come and every year multiple times to get the best byproduct and our communications out. Now on this notion, I'd like to take your inputs how we could solve this problem.
I think organizational structure with key metrics should be one of the action items on this topic as a conclusion. I think that closes this topic, I feel
Hey,
pretty
Devki,
much.
I missed you.
On the conclusion, sir, conclusion note.
Yeah, we will come.
Yeah, organizational structure with key metrics defined.
So some, Ninad, and then some queries from students, please. I'll get back to the VPs one by one for their one-liner on the three aspects. Yeah.
Yes, hi. There are a couple of aspects in alumni engagement that came for during my tenure that I would like to share. So, I'm from Patel Hall, and we
if
did.
you have anything new, just tell it.
Yes.
Take
This is
maximum
2
1
minutes, sir.
minute.
I'll summarize quickly. So, in Patel Hall, sir, we raised approximately 50 to 60 lakh of rupees in 2018-2019 for hall renovation. That fund was raised completely from alumni, and the directive was to use it for three things: an outdoor canteen, renovation of the common spaces, and some renovation of the rooms. Sir, that process completed last year, which is a 6-year lag since the time we actually raised the fund. And in between, we also went for another fundraiser, and when that second fundraiser happened, all alumni were very strong in the sense that we have already given you the money which has not been used. Sir, majority contributions that come through alumni to the halls are still lying in the alumni fund, which is not being used at all. And the sort of delay between raising of those funds and actual implementation on the ground is a significant issue that
So what is your query, please? Or
so the query is that a major lag in this whole process is the
time lag in implementation.
Yes, and because fundraising is one part of the process. So yeah.
Good.
I think here
Excuse
again
me, sir.
understaffing is.
Now it is called for the students to.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir,
We'll
just
come back. Any students, please?
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, so a lot of discussion has happened around the organizational structure. So that is definitely a gap that we see. But another aspect that I would like to understand from the institute as well as from the alumni is that is there an opportunity for us to build a platform where the officials can directly interact with the alumni? Because like sir said, engaging content, but that is always a one-way communication where the institute will
I told
try
you, madam, I told you we are trying to come up with one or the other good CRM type of things where we will
So
try
if
to get it. So it will
students
come
can also be involved there so that we can
Students
directly.
are getting requested to be involved from Brahmjot, Devki, Samarth, and now Sagar is trying to help. So
So
are
we
coming up.
understand
Very
that
good,
all
very
the
good.
students cannot be included because it
True,
will
true,
be
true.
a
No, it
total
is- it
chaos,
is an
but only the officials,
Very
if
good. It's
they
very
can
good
be
side.
representative.
We are working on it, but it's getting delayed. But yeah, anyone else, students, please. Brahmjot, you had a point?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Okay, so we come back to all the VPs.
Sir, just one short thing, sir.
One sentence from each of you on these aspects of getting engagements. So let us start from Brahmjot. Yeah, please.
So, as a recent graduate, every one of us has a caution money deposited with the institute, that is 6,000 rupees. And the Office of Alumni Affairs since many years has been continuing a program as My Imprint, in which they make some developmental or infrastructure project from that security amount. If the students who don't take that money away from the institute, it is invested into a specific project. So I just want to, because I haven't seen any major project that has come up after the bus stands and the benches at 2.2 and Adda. So after that, my imprint program seems to have faded away. So I just want that what is the update on that and how as alumni we can contribute to that, because that is a huge amount of money that is with the Office of Alumni Affairs, and if that is being used for something
so
good
what
at
is
the
your
campus,
point
that is
of
great.
contention is use of the security deposit. So it's not security deposit, half of the security deposit is probably transferred for those who are willing, and that is also collected over an ERP form which we do not see. I asked the office to show, so that is probably from this year it will be made much more, having lots of optionalities, and one of the options will be coming up contributing to some schemes which have come up.
Sir,
like
the
Guru
options
Shiksha.
are very good, sir, but I am trying to say that once we
I
have
will
approved a
tell you,
particular
I have got
option,
your answer.
it gets
I have got your
implemented.
question. I have got your question. I'll come to you. Let me collect from others. Yeah. So we'll come to what Brahmjot has said. So let me hear from others one by one quickly, please. Mohan Ramji, yeah, one sentence.
Over the years, my company had contributed a chair professorship. We sponsored to motor car competition in UK, etc. And we've done all we can. But my main suggestion, single suggestion is, please professionalize the entire business of communication. All of you are very gifted people. You are experts in metallurgy, you're experts in chemical engineering. Don't, with due respect, you are not experts in communication in the complex modern world. Every decent company in India has got a full-time corporate communications executive. If you, whatever you have said today is all about outcomes, no inputs. There is no quantitative measurement of outputs. I would strongly urge that you get a full-time corporate communications executive and take his help to identify a brand specialist. Because I will just quote Thomas Gray, full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark unfathomed caves of the ocean bare. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste its sweetness in the desert air. I don't want IIT Kharagpur to waste it. And I'll end with a quotation of Andre Agassi. Image is everything.
Very good.
So
Thank
please
you, sir.
work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barun Roy? One sentence on these aspects.
I would like to harp upon the problem that I see that the institute faces. Example, I will just take that conclave. The idea is good. It was, I think, Commander Jaitley was behind the show. But when it came to execution, there was a lack of buy-in and no commitment. Example was that hardly any student audience during the program, the initial program. And even subsequent programs kept on getting altered. I am one of a stickler for discipline and getting things executed in time. So in whatever way the IIT wants my help, because I have graduated long back in the 1968. So therefore, it will be up to the institute how to take advantage of my expertise being as one of the corporate
Thank you, sir.
heads.
Thank you. Arun Jain? One line, one sentence on the alumni engagement. One line, one sentence. One line, one sentence on how you want to get engaged to the Institute for Foreign Faculty, SAP, Executive Short-Term Course, or something else. Or any other thing. Yeah. One liner, please. It alada now. Pardon?
Not a fair question.
Okay, what should be a fair question?
what I'm saying is that the thing is this, that what I have noted down is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, ठीक है. Okay, that there are three things that you are looking for the alumni. One is internships, right? The second one is foreign faculty.
Foreign faculty or students, yeah.
Yeah, and the last one, as you said, is
Executive
donations.
short-term courses or any other. 4 things. Which one would feel comfortable for you? to
Yeah,
get
yeah. Okay.
associated?
So let
Yeah.
me understand before I'll respond in one sentence only. So, and then you're saying donations, and then you say any other thing that I think I can help with.
Donations nahi, executive short-term courses.
Executive for the courses. Okay. Now, so the thing is
Executive
this.
short-term courses.
Yeah. So
which are focused on an area of your expertise. Or
Right. So
someone-
coming to my expertise, actually, I think I have no expertise. Quite honestly.
That means you have all expertise. Yeah.
No,
please.
yeah, exactly. So you hit the nail on the head. What I'm saying is that instead of asking me what is my expertise and how I can contribute, the fair question to me, I think, is that this is what you want to do. I may not have expertise. I have access to people with access.
That is what I am asking. So,
No, but I have with everything. See, and all of us have. If you have worked in any field for 30, 40 years, you come across a vast variety of people, right? So you have large networks.
that is matching with our thinking,
No,
sir.
but
our thinking, but
yes,
we get a
but why I will
bounce.
not answer? Why I will not start working on this? If I get an email from IIT Kharagpur, I want to tell you that. I want to get a very specific answer.
Email. You want
a
an
very
email
specific email,
Okay.
because if I am looking for a favor from one of my colleagues that you please go and help IIT Kharagpur on this, I must ensure that that colleague gets the right treatment
Very
and
good.
the deal is right.
Yeah, I got it. I got
Okay.
it. Yeah.
I am
Thank you.
never sure, quite honestly,
Thank you.
that if you put somebody in front, how that person will be treated.
Sure.
Because IIT is a gigantic institution.
Thank
and
you.
One person is insignificant to IIT.
So that's why it becomes
Yeah.
very difficult for me to concisely tell these are the pinpointed areas.
No,
because
go
our
project wise.
areas
Go
are-
project wise. That you
Yeah,
want
good.
somebody in this area, throw it out. Whether it's completely out of my expertise or
You
not.
can say, sir, IIT Kharagpur has the largest number of engineering disciplines. As a BTech
Look,
or
I can look up all
undergraduate
that on the
courses or
website
study.
and answer all of that.
So, if you ask
Professor-
what I want on
Professor
behalf of the
Chakravarti,
institute, I'll ask
I am
anything and
asking you
everything.
for something. I'm not asking for a suggestion how I will operate.
Sure, sure. So
My
I'll
question is this.
email
that-
you across to have a...
Please ask, give a specific, and then tell what does it mean.
Okay.
And one more final point, I know I'm taking more time than you would like, is that we are making too much fuss about a limitation of Kharagpur that is hard to reach. Because I think that, well, it is what it is. The roads we cannot control anywhere in the world. I live in San Francisco. I don't think I can control the Bay Area traffic. What will happen one time if I have to catch a flight? But we are making too much fuss about this. What I think is that there are certain solutions. And suggestion is that if somebody comes internationally and travels, please give him a 5-star accommodation for one night at Calcutta. So that then he can or she can then catch a train and come, or pick a time to come. But these solutions I know will cost money.
Okay, I think
Sir, that we always do. We arrange their accommodation in our Salt Lake guest house.
No,
So
fair
when
enough. Madam, I am talking out of a lot of ignorance here. I do not know what you do.
Yeah,
But
I think-
my point is that let us not make too much about a minor problem like transportation, and there are ways and means to do it. And since you raised the topic of your guest house, with all due respect, I don't think a guest house matches a 5-star hotel.
No, no, no. It will.
That's what I'm saying. Please change the mindset. Give him a 5-star hotel. When they
Sir,
come,
we are working in a government.
I don't
rule
want the answer
framework.
right now. It's just an example.
But probably it is not possible. So let me tell you very frankly.
Yeah, but then if that's
So,
not possible, then
cannot-
you're making our life much more difficult for sending for.
The new guest house is beautiful, sir. You saw it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, look,
Rajarhat guest house.
I,
and we have Salt Lake guest house, 2 guest house accommodation.
no, but just now, Madam said that it's doesn't compare with the 5-star. I'm confused.
Definitely 5-star.
It will not be 5.
Three-star.
Right.
or
Anyway,
two-star.
let's
I
leave that.
think,
Let's assume that it is satisfactory and you will provide them there. Okay.
There was
Okay,
a-
sir, we will communicate to email,
Yeah.
through email. Thank you. Next
the-
is Amit Roy.
What you listed, the program, hybrid. Oh. Yep. No, I hadn't put it on. You listed some of the major programs which you're looking at. Where I can contribute is, I've retired now 12 years, is to contact our batchmates who are in the US, mostly in academia. Some of them have one person had pursued teaching here, and he had this is 10 years ago, 12 years ago, he had a bad experience. But things have changed, so I can contact those. And the short-term courses you mentioned, people, our batchmates who have retired for 10 years, they have nothing else to do but to talk and, so that's what I can do.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Suri Sahab. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. I think what I would like first is an organization, permanent organization in the alumni. That is very important so as to maintain continuity in relationships and
You want to
vision.
get involved in helping us?
I don't mind. What kind of help you need from us, you please let us know and we will do our best. The second part on engagement, I am co-chair of CII Corrosion Management Committee, and we have a national mission on war against corrosion. So I have given a proposal to director and deputy director yesterday in the afternoon that IIT and CII should have an MOU for a partnership arrangement whereby IIT can be involved in identifying the corrosion costs in India. That is a project. And secondly, we can have short-term courses on corrosion management or corrosion. And thirdly, we have a webinar every month where all your students from mechanical, civil, and chemical and material sciences participating in those seminars and understanding from the top-notch industry experts on how corrosion affects and how corrosion can be mitigated. So these are some of the areas where I have had discussion with director and deputy director, and they have been very positive. And they said that they would get back to me once director is back from his European tour. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just want to inform that IIT Kharagpur already has an MOU with
No, I'm aware of that, but
CII.
this is a different vertical.
Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Very
What you
focused
are saying
vertical.
Is, we will certainly look into.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, with your help, we'll start these initiatives definitely. Thank
And
you.
also the internship program.
Internship.
You talked about, 2 months to 8 months interns. Now, who are these interns who will work for 8 months?
There are our students who are in the pre-final course of study.
Yeah, very interesting. So 8 months internship program also can be looked at.
Yeah.
2 months internship program can also be looked at. We can provide opportunities for the same.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Thomas. Thomas, yeah.
As I had mentioned earlier, I am now in the social welfare sector. And one of the things that we do is conduct awareness programs, and we do mental health trainings. We do it for the Calcutta Police. We do it for many other organizations in and around Calcutta. So this is one thing which I can offer to give.
We have a Reiki Happiness Center which organize some of such courses for police sectors. We have a Parthakos Leadership Academy Center. They organize such courses for armed forces and also for NIC officials.
Okay.
So I think.
Leadership program.
So leadership programs. Yeah. So Reiki Center is probably.
Yeah, but this is on mental health.
Happiness course.
No,
not mental health.
This is
exactly,
on mental health and suicide prevention and things of
So
that.
we have a student counseling center, mental wellness center.
Okay.
So
I
that
said
can
that's
connect.
something which I can help with.
Very good.
So if you want, as most people know, WHO figure says this is figures of 10 years back, 1 in 8 people suffer from some mental health illness. 1 in 8. I think the figure has come to 1 to 6
that is
now.
there in the next topic, sir.
Okay,
We'll quickly go there.
Yeah, so that's one area we can help.
Thank you. Next is Jetli sir.
हाँ जी, मैं हूँ कमांडर जेटली. I'll just tell you what I have done in the recent past. One is 50-seater incubation center at IIT Research Center at Rajarhat is ready for all of you.
Research Park.
50 lakh rupee was donated by RN Khanna ji 62 batch on just my phone call within 15 seconds, and it is already ready, but we have to start using it. It is yet to be start using it. That they will find out.
By startups?
Yes, by startups.
Yeah. In
Then
Kolkata.
we started courses, leadership courses for NIC, National Informatics Center. Last year 4 courses were done. For this year 6 courses have been already approved. Approximately 1 crore, approximately, little bit less, last year it was generated. This year again we will cross 1 crore. Then I personally conducted the induction program for the first year students here, which was attended by almost 1,900 students plus their parents also. And then Guru Dakshina scheme, with the support of the IIT, it has been launched. I think around 20 alumni have already given Guru Dakshina and 30 students have pledged it already. But I still feel there is a lot to communicate about that. Communication is still very, very less regarding that. Then VP's Conclave, with God's grace, finally I was pursuing since 2017. Finally it has happened today. I am thankful to all of those who have attended it today. Thank you very much. And then just for your information, the alumni meet which happens every year now, it started with my batch when our silver jubilee was there. We decided that we will come here. बोले कैसे हम क्या करेंगे? हमने कहा हम तो आ रहे हैं, आप जो भी करो. And that became the first alumni meet. उसके बाद this is now every year done. I am really happy. Now my last cooperation which I need from you, my latest book 100 Great IITians Dedicated to the Service of Nation is doing extremely well, let me tell you. Though I expected much more support, I did get, but very little, let me tell you. Now my next book, 100 Great IIT Professors who made IITs what they are. Because the Platinum Jubilee is coming, I want in that book, IIT Kharagpur can become a partner with me and take 100% money. Whatever the profit comes, that goes to IIT Kharagpur. I will not take a single penny out of that. But be a part of that book with me. Because IIT Kharagpur can contribute a lot. Because we are the mother IIT. First IIT. Maximum number of professors covered in that book will be from IIT Kharagpur. You have all the data with the senior professors and all that. If you help me out, this will happen during the Platinum Jubilee itself. If you don't help me, I may miss the deadline, let me tell you, on my own. So please help me out. And I guarantee 100% money will go to IIT Kharagpur.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, this Guru Dakshina scheme should be sent to us because, you know, we are going to come for the alumni meet. Okay. I'll send it to my batchmates and also, you know, others, so that when they come here
Emails were sent out?
Sorry?
Emails were sent out in February?
No, if you can send me a WhatsApp, this thing, I'll send it across to all the groups.
So, I think we'll send it to Jetli Sahab, you can...
No, Jetli Sahab क्यों यार?
क्योंकि मेरे पास WhatsApp group में I am not added.
No, just send one-to-one, na?
Okay, one-to-one, ठीक है, ठीक.
But it should be signed by either you or by the director. That's okay.
Already signed. Thank you. Next is Arjun Sen.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank all of you. So for me, the area I want to contribute is not branding, but purposeful branding is very important. There has to be a purpose. And for me, there are 2 areas within that. One is the urgency is very important for 3 different target audiences. Number 1 is current students. For them, they have trusted us. We really have to brand to deliver on the trust. Next is future students. And number 3 is alumni. And for me to get engaged 100%, I really must feel that my input is needed and I can make an impact. That is very, very important because for each one of us, we are here to make an impact, not just give an advice. So I really would love to be in that position.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Abhinav?
Thank you, sir, for asking this question. And Jetli, sir, you answered by sharing what you have done in the past, and I thought that was a very good filter for me to look at. I think the trigger points for me in the past when I have actually engaged with students and alums of Kharagpur, that sort of defines what I'm interested in. And this question for me is very important because I want the institute to take note of all this so that engagement happens around those lines, because that's what drives me. That's where I get my energy from. And typically I've seen this lens is missing. When you come here, the typical lens is go to gymkhana, go to hall, etc. But the interests are more diversified. So this question is very, very important. Three things. First, my engagement, I've been part of the Indian startup ecosystem now for 11 years. Perhaps I would say that we were part of one of the first cohort of startups that came in. And I'm in touch with pretty much all KGP founders who have raised meaningful venture capital money in India. So almost all of them are in touch with me, and I help them connect with VCs or general, you chat, learn from each other. So that startup ecosystem is something where I'm very much plugged in. So students who want to learn, contribute, number one. Second, students who graduate and then at some point come to a juncture where they want to go for an MBA. When they apply for their MBA, a lot of them again reach out and get in touch with me to share experiences, to learn. I would have recommended, I would say, more than 60, 70 students from KGP to different MBA institutes, and for my alma mater, at least 4 or 5 have been successful recommendations, and that is another set of engagement which I think institute can play a role in, because not everyone would be finding me, especially as the gap between my graduation year and now increases. I get lesser outreach now, but it has been a very clear moment where I've played a role. And the third one is especially senior alums when they are changing jobs within the startup ecosystem. I've seen over the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of them reach out to understand whether this role makes sense. Is the startup that they are going to good? Because these are not MNCs. So they need assessment, they need help in negotiation, they need to understand the ESOP structure. So a lot of there, where you cannot have discussions openly, and these are sort of sensitive personal topics, people reach out, professional, but reach out and have these discussions. I think there also institute can play a role, because this is as safe a place as it can be for people as they move around and change jobs. These 3 areas clearly I reflect and I see that I have played a role, and I continue to play a role, though outside the perspective of the institute's umbrella. And finally, I would add that as part of the alum outreach, if ever you think of forming a committee where I can contribute, be a part of it, and sort of shape it, whether figuring out the key initiatives and putting the data together and deciding what's working, what's not working, ideating, getting more initiatives. I think what is needed here is also the throughput of trying, accepting initiatives, doubling down on that, on what is working, and then rejecting and shutting down what's not. Right? We can't be running with some initiatives just for the sake of it. And if there is any opportunity, I would love to contribute.
Thank you very much, Abhinav.
I think startup के लिए तो इसको डाल दीजिए आप startup advisory में.
Yeah, startup advisory member. I will tell it at the end. So we have some plans which are getting discussed. One plan which I have already discussed probably 1.5 years back, that we want to conduct Unicorn Mela for IIT KGP and St. IIT Kharagpur campus with Jetli Sir, which is also probably like GP Conclave. It's taking some, after several years it will pick up. So I think you should please help first on that, and of course all the other 3 which you have mentioned, we will definitely get you involved. Thank you. Next, Saket. Saket is left. Okay. Arindam.
Okay, so I'll just break it into 2 parts. First, about the students, and I was chatting with a few yesterday, and the vibe that I got from the students was they're quite stressed out about careers, about placements, and a lot of it is affecting their mental health also, and would love to be in a position to share kind of my experiences with them, and hopefully they should be able to kind of stress out less through that. I believe that's an important element, because what I heard yesterday made me a bit disturbed, to be very honest, hearing from them, and it felt like they were under a lot of pressure, which should not be the case. So anything around careers or kind of placements or how to prepare and things like that. Would love to get engaged in a much more active manner. Whether that requires me to come over, spend a few days out here interacting with them, or whichever other medium works a lot more convenient. So that's one. Second, I feel of all the things that we have been talking about, I think my key takeaway is IIT Kharagpur so far has been thinking like an educational institution. But now I think we need to switch gears and also think like a structured organization. And a lot of the things that we have been talking about requires that mindset shift. Not just thinking like faculty or like students, but as a structured, well-oiled machinery, right? And I would love to kind of engage on that front, because in the longer term, I believe that's what is going to keep IIT Kharagpur at the forefront of things. So if there is interest, I think around having that mindset shift and how to think about it in a structured manner, engaging with the organization, and I think that will be great. Yeah.
Within the quote-unquote government of India's framework.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And I think it allows us. It's just the mindset shift, I believe, more than anything else.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Thank you, Abhinav. Arindam, yeah. Ninad?
Hi. So, sir, two things I want to talk about. So, in general, I think it's an observation we all have made. Alumni from IIT Kharagpur are massively engaged. They are very much sort of connected to the alma mater. If someone calls me today, a random number saying I'm a student from IIT Kharagpur, I would do stop whatever I'm doing and help that kid. That's how much sort of a connect I have with the institute, and that is something that we share within the alumni base. I think the two things which are missing right now, one, I'm pretty sure it would have been discussed, is the proper channel of communication. And on that front, I urge and I sort of reciprocate Mohan sir's point that we are not a tech company. We should get a third party communication platform set up at the earliest, because setting up a two-way communication is the first step to engage any audience. So that's the first thing we should do. On the second bit, which I think is the most important, is impact reporting. So alumni across in the whole database are very, very willing to contribute, but they don't know what's happening with their contributions. They don't know if I as a person pledge an X amount of money to Patel Hall, I don't know where the money is going. And there is no way for me to know also on is it being used, what impact has it created, because what drives alumni the most is the feeling of satisfaction that I was able to contribute to the institute. And the feeling of sort of satisfaction does not come from sending money, but it comes from looking at the impact that has been generated. So that impact reporting piece is completely missing right now. It is a subset of the communication platform, but that would really change the game. Alumni everywhere would see that things are actually moving on the ground, and that would motivate more people to come together and contribute. It can be on any front. So if you're doing a professional development session or a seminar for students, a simple email saying that out of the 100 people who attended, 20 people landed a good job is enough motivation for 2 more people to join in the next session. So this impact piece becomes very important, and because we are not looking for anything in return, right? When we want to contribute, we are looking at completely to push the institute forward.
Thank you. Anything else? You told 2 points, so 2 points are over? Or
Yeah. So the channel for communication and the impact reporting are the two things.
Yeah, thank you. Shivam?
Yeah. So just one more question before I commit. So before I finish, sorry. The point is that if you're actually evaluating a communication platform, then I would love to just join in whatever committee you're making or whatever decision matrix that you have designed to find the best platform for all our alumni to come together. So
yeah, already I am getting some help from some of the alums. I think I'll put you.
Yeah, please involve me, sir. That's not a problem.
CRM, which is getting tried to be developed.
Yeah, we should try to get a tried and tested platform that runs.
Good.
Because we have a massive database, right? Thanks.
Thank you. But the reporting has started. So from last 2 years, we are sending out the UCs. About the hall related things, there are some issues because we took a stock of whatever funds are remaining for each of the halls. We found then the requirements for the halls are huge, and whatever funds we have totally, if So that I need to get back to the all
A
donors.
very simple example, right? If today you send the picture of the new Patel canteen and the renovation to the actual alumni who donated for that renovation, they will be super happy. And then you can actually
So we have started within
yeah.
the alumni cell donor recipient or
Yes.
donor activity engagement
Yeah.
issue. So that is picking up. So
Yeah.
that has
I-
already
yeah.
started. So
And one small point, sir. Halls are a source of immense pride for everyone out there. If I meet a KGP alumni, the first question is, what hall were you from? And halls should become sort of the conduit for the whole alumni engagement to focus on. Any activities that can be hall specific, helping a smaller set of people would drive more alumni engagement, and then you can double down, grow the community and do a lot of other things, but the hall should be the conduit for
we
all
have
activities.
the hall alumni representatives also
Yes.
started.
Yes. So
looking at that importance, so the executive student body, they have an alumni representative from the hall as well as from the department. So
we
they need
should-
to be
we need to strengthen them, strengthen that,
Thank you.
that framework.
Shivam,
Hi. So, though pretty early in my career,
you should limit because
yeah. That's not a point of worry. Cool. So, I think there are two major initiatives that I would like to basically immerse myself in. One is definitely guiding the current students in terms of realizing what is there outside. The career paths that they see right now are very different from what exists outside, and how to basically groom up for that. Second is definitely involving myself more into having the projects lined up, and I would say creating the transparency as well as the timelines to execute all these whatever we have discussed today. I think I will be really happy to take to involve myself in every activity that we have decided today, and will be happy to do that.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. So for Shivam, Devki, Brahmjot, Samat and Sagar, who are very young alumni, we will be not expecting you to get contributing to Kharagpur in a bigger way, but if you are interested, we'll definitely, because we understand you are in the formative stages of your own career, but it's good that you want to get involved. So thank you. Please remain involved. Yeah. So Devki.
Yes, so I'm going to pitch the same dream project of mine which I used to discuss with you, which is ID team, Institute Development Team. This team is going to, I'll take a quick minute to explain. Generally all the halls do have
maximum 1 minute.
Yes, all the halls do have funds in their account. The ID team is going to comprise of staff and professors from alumni cell or like alumni office, at the same time students. So it's going to be professors, staff, students, and we can include like any of the other members on the campus, be it wives of some professors and all. This team is going to visit every hall on a monthly or semester wise basis, and they will submit a report कि इस hall में like maybe mess का some issue is going on or washrooms का issue है. These are the core level issues which generally students face on campus, or electricity issue or seepage issues. Rooms are like really getting old and all. So this ID team will make the report on a monthly or semester wise basis. I had a comprehensive proposal for the ID team. I really want to get this team getting into reality, which will help us in addressing the ground level issues of the students with the help of alumni funds. Like, yes, sir.
Actually, this was brainchild of Devki. We had decided, because these are very pertinent things which
I think this was
you
the
should
first
know.
thing I discussed with you when you became a dean as well, sir.
So that, so probably as VP Conclave, it is taking time, so this will take time, but let us not leave it. So that's what is IITians known for. So I will request you to remain active and see that this gets implemented and help. So good. Thank you. Brahmjot.
Sir, I'll say that as you said that we are among the most recent batch of VPs over here. So things relating to the current scenario, how we can contribute as a think tank in formulating some sort of policies, or can tell you how student welfare can be improvised and the student well-being on campus can be improved. As a think tank, the recent VPs can contribute very effectively in that manner. So if there is any committee that is formed, especially for, let's say, mental well-being, for healthcare, for hall infrastructure, so as a think tank we can come up and say, because the recent graduates have the most connect with the students on campus. They know what are the current issues that are prevalent in the campus, and accordingly we can contribute over there.
Yeah, thank you. Very good. Samarth?
Sure, sir. I'll just like to add on to what Brahmjot has said. Like, we as being the current and the newest batch of VPs, we are already acting as advisory, but we'll like to take more active role in helping integrate all the policies and disseminate the information among student body. I'll just use this platform to point out something. So it has not been mentioned before. Post graduation services. For example, a current problem that everyone is facing. Anyone who goes.
We know, because I'm getting lot of emails from alums also.
IIM approval, degree approval, so that there's no portal for that.
So it was very good suggestion. We will need to that.
For approving the students' PR, their activities, or even getting the degrees, that is a big problem for all the alumni, and it leaves a bad taste.
Please remain connected. Help me.
Surely, sir, we are always there for you.
Help me to, it's very simple. Modern day, I really believe on technologies which are existing to make it instantaneous. So we can do it
sir, but
together,
our
but
approach
let us
of
do
using ERP to build system is not the best. Like, we have proposed, and there was a placement management systems, a CRM portal. It was proposed few years ago, but it was not accepted by the institute. Building everything from scratch is not
we need to
possible.
see why it was not accepted. We can tune it and make it fit.
course,
So
but-
you talk to me.
Sure.
Give me your feedback. It's good. Very good. Samarth. Samarth is the one who is having lot of wealth of information about student. Sagar. Information about us to know for students. Expectations in the campus and possibilities of engaging them with the alums. The great alums are here. Please, just in 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, let us know.
So, sir, I just wanted to say that we have to get the portal ready as soon as possible. I have already mentioned that, sir, we have the proposal ready to engage more and more alumni through portal or through CRM, whatever. And I want to just continue the Samarth's point that we have to provide the best services after graduation, like regarding the transcript point, degree, and whatever. So we have to get that thing ready as soon as possible, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. Actually, the real help that the very old, middle tier, and recent alums can do are different. The recent alums, they can do marvelous things for the institute. They are the ones who are going to join different MS or PhD programs abroad. They can make that particular corresponding lab in IIT Kharagpur world standard. So that possibilities are existing which we should nurture. So your batchmates who are joining top-notch institutes because of top-notch professors, so you can see this culture, the lab facilities. So corresponding labs can in IIT Kharagpur can be also thought of to be raised to that level. So let us know. Please collect such information.
Yeah, and the most well-trained alums can also apply to IIT Kharagpur and join as a faculty. So that would be very nice, because we do not get a lot of alums coming here as a faculty who are having PhD abroad.
Yeah. So good. So last but not least, Trumio, Pradeepji. 1 minute maximum.
I'll need 3, sir, because I have some observation to share. So number one is on behalf of Trumio. I have spoken personally one-on-one to at least 150 students before I stopped talking, just from Kharagpur, but across the country even a lot more. And I've done a number of webinars. So some of the patterns, like he's saying, it's very prevalent. And of course, like 25 plus students who have helped me build Trumio. They have done projects for our clients on Trumio, and we continue to create that engagement, but that's about the business, right? Coming back to the point, number one is there are a lot of problems being discussed here, a lot of ideas, but I want to bubble out of it and give you guys my observation and how I can help. So number one is, we all heard about the 5 stages of denial, right? Denial to acceptance. I'm hearing a lot of that across the board, right? Fundamental thing is, number one is, what are the problems and agreeing that there's a problem. Like communication is very clear. Things are being done, but it's not happening, right? It's very clear in every single conversation and take it across many of the problems that are being discussed. Number one thing is missing is there as a denial part. First, we need to agree on their set of problems. And I know many of the students here know that, see that. We have collected a lot of that. Listing them out is number one. Number two, I'm hearing a lot of defense, if you may, right? The moment the problem comes up, we are doing X, Y, Z. You have to step out of it. You have to accept there's a problem, right? That's the next two step. Number three is what are we going to do about it, right? There are a lot of ideas again across the room on what are the actions that can be taken, right? That's the fundamental of any problem that needs to get solved, no matter which domain it's in. So here's where I can help with, and I can work with the students, I can work with you, sir, is first is identifying what those problems are, prioritizing those problems. We can't solve them all in a single day, right? Hiring an executive at an institute which is supported by government, I don't know how easy it is, but definitely the Guru Dakshina can support that easily, and that's a fundamental need. Professionals need to be there, for example, right? So here's what I can help with is I hate the term committees. I don't use it. I stopped using it a long time ago because committees don't solve problems. People solve problems. Identify the right set of people who are open to discuss the problem, list the problem, prioritize the problems and solve those problems, come up with action items to solve those problems is where we need to start from. And I'm happy to help participate in those kind of activities to start with.
Yeah, thank you. So, it's good.
So, sir, less than 2 minutes.
Okay, so we have jotted down all your suggestions. We will follow it up. We will have regular follow up, and we have the WhatsApp group already created. You all are members there. Please help. And probably individually, I have recorded, noted down your expectations or willingness, and let us move forward. Thank you.
So, sir, this
we'll
WhatsApp group is for the VPs. But I get to participate in an honorary capacity because I want to be the next.
I will keep passing on the information. Yeah.
So we were to discuss two other points.
Yeah. So I will request again the coordinators to go to the next agenda, please. Actually, 1 o'clock was supposed to be for all four. We are delayed too much. Yes, sure. We will be putting these to 30 minutes slot.
Yeah, 2
Let
2
us be
p.m.
very systematic. Now we know the flow. We go to the theme and we take initial 5 minutes. They might introduce and then keep quiet. After 5 minutes, I'll come to all of the VPs first and the students then, and wind up in 30 minutes each with your all help, please. Okay. Let us hear from the students first, and then we'll come to the VPs, and then we'll come up. So you go to the next session, please. Next session. So you are going to go for the mental health and community welfare. Yeah, please start. Hey, jaldi karo. The PPT. Oh, good. Until the slides come up, I'll request Sagar to come forward, and or maybe sitting there you can introduce the next agenda. Yeah, I think it is already here. Sagar, can you start?
Devashish sir, before we begin, how are we tracking the next steps from this meeting? This meeting is
Our 30 minutes count has started. We have already lost 3 minutes.
No, no.
Please go ahead to the.
no sir, that's fine. The point is not to get the time over, right? The point is to have actionable insights that we can
We
work on.
have the WhatsApp group. I told we'll follow it up in the WhatsApp group. If I do not, you please knock me and give me all sorts of good and bad.
No, it's not about blame game, sir. The point is.
No,
Yeah.
we will take it up, follow up in the WhatsApp group we are. So let us know the ground things from the students.
Yeah,
here.
that's fine. That's fine.
Please, yeah. Please start, please. Sagar.
Hello. So, hello everyone. We are here to discuss on an important topic. So, we are here to discuss on a very important topic that is critical to our student community, that is mental health and community welfare, leading the future at IIT Kharagpur. We might have seen the alarming situation that is happening all over India, and even IITs are going through it. Unfortunately, in the past 20 years, there were 115 suicides among all the IITs in the last 20 years, and alone 14 in IIT Kharagpur. Though we always have been a beacon of technological and academic excellence, maybe we feel that we are now grappling with increasing mental health concerns. Even back in 2017, there were some drastic measures taken up by 5 students, and it was the same year when Students Welfare Portfolio was introduced into the Technology Student Gymkhana with the founding of Institute Wellness Group to solely work for well-being of the student community, and it was established in 2018. And a part of the things and the small progress that we would like to show in a few minutes in the presentation we have. So why was Institute Wellness Group formed? It was before Student Welfare Group used to exist, but they felt there should be a society in addition to welfare group to solely work on the mental health. So they have made a dedicated team of trained students who could help in giving peer counseling. At the same time, we can also have guidance programs where we focus on destigmatizing problems related to mental health. At the same time, we also focus on year-long problems where we take up initiatives and events to tackle the mental health problems on campus. Next slide. Yes, sir. We conduct selections all over the institute, and students give up selections depending upon the passion we have selected them. These are the challenges that we focus on: academic pressure, isolation, social anxiety, inadequate support, or underutilization of the counseling sources. We need to focus on that too. And the STEP initiatives, we have community building activities like buddy interaction and welcome freshers to ensure a very good start icebreaker session happens between both the freshers, among the freshers, and also between seniors and freshers. Apart from time to time, we also have October as the mental health awareness month. During this month, we take up 4 to 5 different events and initiatives, and each event and initiative focuses on one particular mental health concept, be it gratitude, be it the importance of happiness in daily life, be it how to be accountable with our batchmates, or how to communicate with people when we have a problem. Though we have made significant progress, we felt there are 3 to 4 points where we still need the support from our alumni, like our former vice presidents. Those 3 points are: one thing is creating a student-professor supportive ecosystem. As we have seen earlier, that there is 1:20 or 21 professor to student ratio, which is good enough, but still from the student we claim that the kind of empathetic support is not available with the professors that we get from students, from the feedback we got. And the second thing is, there should be a proper coordination between the halls and also between the counseling center. So we need to create a team or some effective way so that that coordination is maintained. As we have great hall culture, maybe we can eliminate the problem of mental health at hall level, then definitely the whole institute will be free of that. And the last point is destigmatizing. Though we encourage events and make people to speak about the mental health, still there are people who are not willing to go to counseling center because they have the fear of judgment, or maybe they are not developing a proper trust with the counselors. And apart from that, we have other welfare groups who have other agendas and also work for the community welfare. So coming to our agenda 1, the first thing is we want few suggestions on the topic evolution of mental health awareness and supported IITs. What we observed is after the COVID, given the loss of senior junior interaction as it was before, it might have led to a loss in the chain of knowledge passed on over the years. So what we felt is, even if there is a good pass of knowledge from seniors, that is not happening at all. So given the amount of interaction that happened during the orientation programs that used to happen before, but maybe after the COVID, due to some other reasons, they have been stopped in all the halls. So how significant do you think those should be restructured, considering the generational shift we have over the decades? And how should we reconsider it, and maybe what are the things that can we do at a hall level to increase this interaction? So like, this is the first question I want to give to the panel.
So we can address all the question at once. Yeah, so the first is that, as also discussed by the alumni here, that the peer pressure on the students, and which is because of the internship and placements, are actually degrading their mental health, because it's actually creating a lot of pressure on them. And we have a committee which works on that purpose, but like, they have just assigned duties and which they are doing. But we as the elected representative, we understand what's the problem they are actually facing. And in very recent cases, I have realized the main purpose of students doing those. But we don't have an actual say, any of the elected representative, in these placement and internship things, which is where our part is required, because we understand the problem, but no one is there to report it. So the first is that.
And the second agenda is building a supportive ecosystem, collaborative roles of welfare societies, departments, and the institute. Yeah, the most important thing is there are counselors, there are faculty advisors, there are of course seniors in the department, but still the student community feels there is a gap between professors and students, maybe in terms of academic or non-academic support, because many students say maybe they are not comfortable enough to talk about their problem with the professor. Maybe it is after COVID, or it existed in your times, I might not know, but we need a few suggestions on how was the student-professor interaction earlier and how can we strengthen it now to avoid both academic and non-academic health problems.
Can I?
In the Navy, assimilation program.
A divisional officer who looks after a group of sailors and officers, and he's not connected with the department. He's from a different department, and he looks at the sailors' problems and the officers' problems, acts as a kind of a father figure. Because the Navy is a very stressful environment. When a newcomer joins as a sailor or goes to a ship for the first time, his welfare, his problems, his family problems, etc., he wants some kind of a counseling father figure. I think something like a divisional officer in the armed forces, if something can be introduced in the faculty in IIT, and it should not be a person who awards grades, should not be a person from the same department.
Sir, wardens and assistant warden, etc., they are supposed to be doing that role.
You can explain it better.
Yeah.
So let us first agree upon how to go and quickly complete this.
Okay,
this
I'll give you one
We have
example.
18 more minutes.
Yeah.
Should we listen to the students first?
Okay.
So let us listen to the students first on these agenda items.
So,
Any student want to say anything?
so in addition,
Maximum of
yeah.
1 minute per student.
Okay, sir. So I'm Kusumita, sub-editor of Awaz, the student media body of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. So we have circulated a Google form regarding the issues and concerns what students want to ask. So we have got one thing that over the last few years we have observed attempts from the administration to distance the first and second year students from the senior students, like holding of first year students in different hall and the restricted entry of the other student, and also the discontinuation of the assimilation program. So what are your measures like we know that it is quite obvious for different things happened previous in past years. So what are the strategy like you want to can you address us regarding this?
Anyone else?
I think you guys should give a solution, don't give a problem. I mean, since you are facing a problem, what in your opinion is the solution?
What is your opinion?
Say that.
So actually it's not about my own opinion, it's like the concerns the students of the institution.
Why institute is trying to distance you feel? Any logic?
So there may be certain problems, but the fact is that
Because as far as I know, government keeps on asking, even in the ranking, what are the measures that you take for preventing such things? And this is probably from there. So unless we say very distinct things that yes, first years are totally protected, it influences the.
So I would like to interject.
So,
Sure. My point is, we conducted an event called Buddy Interaction where second years and third years interact with first year students, right? So therein, when we asked the guards, they said it is not allowed. I repeat, it is not allowed in our campus for seniors to interact with juniors in a group. Now, sir, if that is not possible, how do you tell, please tell me how will the information be passed along? You have banned APs, there is no OPs happening.
No one has banned.
So
No one has banned.
So then why was it
not happening
Why
then,
does
sir?
Actually,
got banned,
just
probably.
1 minute.
Yeah.
I think Dean SS office can answer your question properly, but I am trying to answer it because there are several issues. Okay, I mean from say assimilation. Now assimilation has some boundaries. Now sometimes those boundaries are not becomes little limitless. So for that, institute face problem, students face problem, and you know that the ramification of the court cases are going on. Okay, so therefore there is a boundary between these behavior. So those issues are there. So that's why it is not banned. Assimilation is there. Senior, junior, they will mix each other, and only seniors can help in informal studies or any other thing to the juniors. So that is the proper way of mixing up. Okay.
Sir, this
Can I
Then
Just a second, sir.
there is no ban. Okay.
Sir, sorry, Vendra, Datta sir. So I heard one point which came up very strongly. I have been hearing it from the students for the last couple of days also, that the pressure for internships, for placements is very high. It's an all-time high. Obviously, the market is not very good. And sorry, Devashri sir, let me just please complete. Sir, internship and placement pressure was always there. Everyone, all of us present here, all alumni went through that phase when they were in campus, when they were going through campus placements. What helped a lot was going back to the hall and sitting with that one senior you had who would tell you that ho jayega, load mat le. And that sort of reassurance is what is missing right now. And sir, I am fully aware of the unfortunate incident we had a couple of years ago, and that definitely should not happen. But the solution to that is it's not restricting access. So seniors have lived this life before us. If the seniors are absent, I remember there's one quote I remember from Vinod Gupta sir when he came to campus. He said, "When I came, I did not know how to speak English, and my seniors taught me that." And look, and that's what got me where I am right now, and that's how important seniors are in your life in campus. If we are segregating them, historically also first years used to live away, but from second year you have to be.
Nobody is segregating. I think that is not.
all the girl
I
students live in IGH and no senior students are allowed to go there. How are we not segregating?
Sir, can I jump in here? I have a little bit of strong opinion on this because just this trip, I've been to 7 different institutes, 6 IITs, and I've been on the ground with students, not just Kharagpur. This is a very prevalent problem across the industry, if you may, and I call it an industry, right? Astha is perfectly right. She's our new flex turn, by the way, starting on Monday. She's one of them. And she hit the point right. Where we are not going to is, number one, sir, is I see extreme denial right now. There are 2 problems. Number one is perfectly right. There is pressure. There's only one. How do I get to IIT? How do I get my next job, internship, which leads to my next job, right? Always when I walk through, I hear one thing and I've started to ask on the opposite sense. इस तरह से कहता हूँ मैं सर ये problem. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि पहले होता था हमारे ज़माने में 10-11 में आके जेई लेनी है शुरू होता था। अब है बच्चे पैदा होते हैं तो उनको बोलते हैं बेटा जेई जाना है। पता है आज क्या चल रहा है ऑल ओवर द प्लेस? जेई तो जाना ही जाना है, डीएसए करना है। DSA, data structure and algorithms. Every single student I've talked to across the country, there's one and only on one thing from the right time. Literally, I'm telling you, class 9 से लोगों ने शुरू किया है पढ़ना.
Class 9,
They're
class 5.
No, I've talked to students who started to write code in 9th grade, and what they want to do, come to JEE, build a DSA. Let me finish, sir. That's a very fundamental problem which is causing the first stress level in students, right? When they walk into institute, some of this may be misnomer. Seniors are telling juniors, DSA padho, DSA padho. I've talked to students who are great at certain things. They told me, sir, मैं ज़रा rusty हो गया हूँ क्योंकि last 6 महीने से मैं DSA कर रहा हूँ. Exact example for a student I've interviewed in this round, this trip, right? That's the fundamental problem we all have to agree to. Sir, let me finish. No, sir. No, sir. Let me come to it. Let me come to it, sir. This is a cross section of students across this country. I'm not saying any other country. I've lived in US long enough. My kids have gone through schools, right? आपने जैसे कहा, US में fundamental system है कि high school से counselor होते हैं. Middle school में counselors होते हैं जो students can go and talk to about anything, right? That's a very different system, but that's something आप बता रहे थे आगे कि counselor जैसे आप Navy के example ले रहे थे, they're equivalent counselors, assigned people in every school, right? Those are ways to solve problems, sir. But to answer to his question, fundamental thing is stress, like Asta said, and the stress where it comes from is where is my next internship, how best it is, which will lead to my next job.
No.
Sir.
No.
Sir,
It comes
again.
from your wingmates.
Sir.
उसका बच्चा
Sir.
तुम्हारा next वाला
जैसे भी आ रही है
लिया
सर,
तुम कहाँ है?
सर जैसे भी आ रही है, she is perfectly right. That's the causing the first stress level in the students from the day they walk into the institute or before, right? Number 2, problem that I've seen, and I think I agree with them, right? Students are boxed, right? There's a fundamental health problem, we all know that, which is caused from stress. Students are so aspiring across institutes, even non-IITs, and they are amazing students that I've seen. Number of them are working from a tier 3 college in Calcutta today. Amazing level of talent that exists, but they are boxed in. Sir, this is super important to me. They are boxed in a significant manner. One of the way to boxed in, एक problem होती है, instead of focusing on counseling, focusing on mental health, क्या किया जा रहा है, उनको box किया जा रहा है. And there are many different ways you can look at boxing, right? Those are the 2 fundamental problems. And it starts with mental health. It starts with how you create engagement. It starts with how you change those models, if you may. And yes, parents need to participate. Everybody needs to participate, but institute is the first one.
Sir, as
Let me tell you my experience.
So as we are sort of time.
Let me share my experience as an organizing chairman of JEE
Sir.
Advanced 2021. The students, kids who are taking JEE Mains followed by JEE Advanced, they are looking at the paybacks. Not only they don't know anything. Their parents are getting educated by society, and we are puzzled. We got a student from West Bengal who scored 98, All India rank, and his parents are bent on the student to join Kharagpur, but the student bent on not joining Kharagpur. And they were here in my JEE office from morning 8 to evening 10:30. But the parents could not console the student. We somehow came to know some facts which are non-academic, which made the student to take such choice, which was mainly society driven. So we need to change the society. It's a very big game. You are right. I am with all the students.
Sir, what I'm saying, where I'm trying to come to.
I am with you.
Sir.
I am with all the students. But we as an isolation one.
Sir, as we are sort of time.
What I'm trying to come to
Can
is,
we move forward
you can't
to the
solve all the problems.
proposal the
right?
students
Cannot
have?
solve. But
It takes time. what I'm trying to come to is there are little steps you can start taking. Little step means start encouraging students to interact, however way it is. And there are many different ways you can encourage students to. I can tell you,
Pradeep
last
sir,
year,
Pradeep sir,
Sir,
sorry.
we have some
Proposals from that front. Sorry.
Yeah, the students. So we have addressed the problems. Some of the proposals that we have is, first is to handle the peer pressure that the students are facing on internship and placement. We think that there should be an elected representative in that committee who can actually present there the problems the students are actually facing there. The second is, we can start within boundary the program for the student and like staff and professional interaction and the elder student interaction. And third, we'll discuss later. Firstly, we can start with that. First one, the major one, is the student representative for the internship and placement.
Student representative?
We have nominated student representatives there and no official elected
One
representative.
moment, let me hear from VP Sagar.
Yes, sir, you can.
Sagar, on the comment. Sagar.
So,
I'll come to you. Let me hear. No. I want to listen from Sagar the specific question answer or what is getting formulated now.
So sir, what Astha was trying to say, that we have student placement coordinators in the career development center, and under them we have other departmental representatives, but we do not have any elected representatives in the career development center, what we used to have before pre-COVID.
So what stops it?
Can we talk to
Sir,
Devashish sir.
One moment.
Yeah.
Brahmjot, what stops
Sir,
it?
Ninad can tell better because in that, in his tenure, elected student representative used to be there. So
Sir,
he can
So do you think it is not possible by negotiating with the chairman CDC?
Sir, we
No,
have
sir,
tried
it is very
that.
much possible.
Yeah.
So get it done. Initiate
Okay,
dialogue.
Devashish sir, let me just, so my tenure was the last tenure when the VP was a part of the PlaceCom team.
I came to know from Samar.
Yes. Yeah. So, sir, the biggest advantage there is that so the PlaceComs are finally selected by professors, and and it's very difficult for a student to go and talk to a PlaceCom because the PlaceCom holds absolute power. If the PlaceCom is present and the placement process, I'm talking from my experience.
I will beg to differ. If they have absolute power, they do not have absolute power to misuse it.
No, absolutely not,
So
sir.
if
No one,
they have
sir,
to
it is
use
about perception.
If there are misuse
Sir, let me
cases-
complete. Sir, let me complete, please.
Let me tell. I'll come to you. If there are cases which are getting identified amongst the student community, VP can raise it up and put it.
Sir, the
So
process.
No. There is a
Sir, I
system.
think Ninad will be able to better
guys-
tell you because he was a student and he knows the ground reality. First, let him complete.
Yeah, sir, let me please
No,
complete.
ground reality is known to me also. I am talking to many students. I
Yeah,
am not
Devashish
blind.
sir, let
I
me
come to know.
Yeah.
I know the status of current VP.
Correct.
I
No,
know.
sir, Devashish,
So those
let me
are
just
the
shed some light on that. Let me just do that,
But
sir.
for the benefit
Sir,
of-
I am not at all saying. Sir, I'll take 2 minutes. It's a very
Please.
important issue. Yes, I'll quickly summarize. Sir, it is not about misuse of power. No placement committee member will ever misuse power because they are students themselves.
Why the question of
Yes.
again elected representative?
Let me complete, no, sir.
One moment.
Yeah.
Why the question of elected representative coming again?
Yes,
That
that's-
means you have some doubts on the functioning of.
Sir,
the
will you let me complete? Then only I'll be able to explain. No, sir, let me complete at least, Devashish, sir.
Sir, at least let us have this point
Sir,
raised over here.
Sir, we are here for a discussion. Sir, sir,
Yes, sir. It will be wrapped up in 3 to 4 minutes.
Let me
him
complete in 2 minutes, sir.
So in that case, others we cannot interact with anyone else. So you
Sir, this is
please concretize.
Sir, placements are a most crucial part of a student's life. And
Let me tell. So I will request Nina to concretized way enlist the things that you have found and then that you want to propose quickly.
That's what I'm saying, sir. So, I'm first point. I'm not saying at all that the student placement coordinators are misusing their power. The problem is of perception. For a student to come in and talk to the placement coordinator is difficult, but it is so much simpler for the student to go and talk to the VP. In my tenure,
Talk to VP.
yeah, but the VP does not know what's happening in the placement committee because he's not there inside.
This VP is. I insisted why he is not there.
Sir, that is not a call he can take because it was mandated from top
VP
down.
is supposed to be in each of every body of this.
Exactly, sir. If you're saying this, then sir, if you're saying this, then Sagar should be a part of all the meetings that are happening, right?
He'll be there.
Sir.
I told to Brahmjot and even Sagar also.
Sir, then we need some top-down intervention because that is not happening right now. That is not happening on the ground. The placement committee.
Help make it happen. I think this
So
is
we
something which-
obviously, so we
Okay,
Sounds
Can
like
I-
there is a
can
clear
I-
gap, right, between they are the
Yeah.
recent graduates, right?
Okay.
There's a clear gap.
Okay, okay. So I think Ninad, I stopped you. Just please complete her.
Fine. निनाद का हो गया है.
So my suggestion is very simple. Like it was before, the VP should be a part of the placement committee, and then we should start actioning on it right away.
Fine. Now, just regarding the mental health and the problems, etc., let me tell you, there is a requirement of connecting with the students by the faculty. As of today also, I believe the bonding between the faculty and the student is much better at IIT Kharagpur compared to any other IITs, let me tell you first thing. Even today, during our time, it used to be much better. Now people may say those days 3,000 students थे, अभी तो 17,000, 16,000 student हैं. But accordingly the number of faculty also has increased. Let us accept that also. So जो सर बोल रहे थे, जो naval system and all that, I believe there is a need to increase the number of wardens and assistant warden in the halls, so that they can look after the group of students together. Then during our time, I believe it may be today also, there used to be various regional clubs like Tamil Sangam, Udiya Club, Telugu Club, Marathi Club. They used to do that puja, etc. You know, so all of them they used to do it. So students used to go to those professors' houses and mingle around. So families ka or students ka milna julna was quite a lot those days. Probably it has decreased a lot. That needs to be further increased. Second, the moment we used to land up in the first year itself, though ragging used to be there, ragging should not be there at all. I think people have realized it all over, ki ragging in the form where students used to be tortured also of the first year, that was not good. People have realized today. I think the senior student can be told, ki beta, it is your duty to welcome the new students. Turn into the word instead of ragging, the welcoming the first year students. In fact, if you ask me, I am of the opinion कि let the first year students start getting into different halls from the first year itself. First year का separate hostel नहीं होना चाहिए. It's not a good thing because they are just left, you know, out with no guidance for the first year, totally out. So please bring back that system. But yes, the senior student also should be very responsible. कि our duty is to welcome them, to help them in all the ways, and not to torture them at all. वो बड़ा क्लियर होना चाहिए because government regulations are very strict. You will be thrown out if anybody is caught because of ragging and all that. And there is a pressure on the administration also. Because of that administration, they found the easiest way कि चलो यार separate hall बना दो. मेरे ख्याल से वो ठीक solution नहीं है. So probably you need more monitoring etc. by the warden, assistant wardens, and encourage the senior students कि बेटा it is your duty that nobody makes, you know, tries to trouble the youngsters. That is how it should have been there. So bring that system. Further, let me just give you one instance. This plate itself, for the first time when I came and gave a lecture in one of the hall, that was the first time when I gave a lecture. At the end, after about 90 minutes, one student from RP hall, he came. Sir, after listening to you, I have dropped the idea of committing suicide. मेरे कान खड़े हो गए. मैंने फिर दोबारा बिठाया, उसको 10 मिनट बात किया. आरपी हॉल का लड़का था. He said, no sir, I am motivated fully. Why? Because he was disconnected. Whatever reason could be there. Second reason, once you are saying कि that peer pressure, competition and all that, उसको इतना package मिल गया, उसको इतना package मिल गया. Those who have heard me during my induction program, I give a slide. Winners compete against themselves. They do not compete with others. I tell people everywhere, please do not compete with others. He is he, I am me. So उसका package इतना है, मेरा package इतना है, मैं हूँ. Yes, I should keep on improving myself and not to compare with the others. This is a feeling the seniors should be giving to the juniors also. So if you do it, keep competing against yourself. Don't compete with others. That will unnecessarily create the peer pressure and you will be bogged down with that. So these are छोटा things with the mental health की जो बात कर रहे हो आप. These things can be taken care of. A bit of more counseling, less of that money mentality should go out. कितना पैसा करोगे? पैसे से किसी को happiness नहीं मिलती. Let me tell you, in the whole world nobody is happy with the money. Nobody.
And so
Money
for
can
that,
get you only the comforts. That's all. Comforts of life. Nothing more than that. Happiness comes with many other things when you do something for the others. Now, what you were saying just now some time back, many times, you know, you feel relaxed when you look around the society around you. Tribal area starts from here just 1.5 kilometers away. Go to the tribal areas and see, a man, हम लोग कहाँ पर हैं, ये लोग कहाँ पर हैं. You will feel like doing some things. आप अपनी problems को भूल जाओगे. और जिस बच्चे को भी ये लगता हो कि ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये डिप्रेशन में है, उसको लेके जाइए वहां पर, दिखाइए. This is how people live. They will feel, hey भगवान, we thank you कि हम किस लेवल पे हैं. People will forget their own problems when they see their problems. So please expose them. Unfortunately, we are an island of prosperity. Surrounding area, there's a lot of poverty, let me tell you. Please go to those tribal areas. You want to get connected, I will connect you with the people who can take you to those places. And you will feel that we are much better off. And people will forget their own problems, I can guarantee you that.
And so, wing rep system, so main the problem that can be addressed is by including the wing rep system. But what we have realized is we are not getting the enough responses because we don't have the incentives to give to them. No one is there for just a certificate to being a wing rep. But we as a general secretary can't go personally to all the students. So we need to give them that enough incentives so that every wing should have a wing rep system who will be coordinating to the GSEC welfare of that hall and that to us. And the second thing that we are...
This is a pertinent problem, very good problem. I also was discussing with many. What is it that encourages, motivates the student to take up such positions of responsibility? What is it that motivates the student to take up a position of responsibility and act as per it? So we want students to honestly delegate their duties and roles and responsibilities. If that is done, and if we know what are the expectations, I think we can strike a deal. That is doable. This was discussed over 3 periods, Devki, Brahmjot, Samar, and with Sagar. Please let us know, it's a good thing. Yes. What is your expectation?
So the wing reps should be given that enough importance. Firstly, we should have the seminars to make them realize that they are important. Their position should be enhanced. Even they are not getting the certificates only, they need to just repeatedly ask to us and the GSEC welfare signing them, giving to them. No such particular certificates for that. So firstly, the importance of that should be enhanced as a institute level. And the second thing which we are facing is from the counseling center, that we as a general body, we as a representative of the general body are not involved. We got the information of the case when it's already in BC or that thing. But we should be informed about the red flag cases earlier, because the students are more comfortable to share these things with us, not directly to the faculty.
So you come up with some proposition.
Adding one incentive.
What should the way around? Let us know.
Adding one incentive to the list maybe.
Exposing the name of the victim is something.
Previously, I think there used to be central meetings which used to happen with the wing reps in Netaji Auditorium. Also, just
journey. Life is a journey. It's not a contest. And that life is a journey. Enjoy the journey. It's not a contest. And my suggestion of a mentor was, the mentor relation should be non-threatening, non-judgmental companionship. And we do it in the armed forces. Believe me, life is much tougher in a ship than anywhere in IIT. When a new sailor officer comes, he is a divisional officer. He is not his head of the department. He is not from the same department. His job is not to create, his job is to solve his problem. Maybe the sailor's wife is sick, or she is expecting a baby, he is having financial difficulties. And this, I think, if you have a system of a kind of divisional, you can call IIT some nice Hindi name or something like that a non-threatening, non-judgmental relationship is established. Any problem you have, you can go and confide to them. The problem very often goes away when you talk to somebody. There's a mention of isolation. The most cruel thing is isolation. And you find it has nothing to do with money. Norway and Sweden are the richest countries in the world. Japan is a very rich country. There are a lot of suicides in Japan and Norway. I think the two human beings should touch at the heart level. So I think if you work on this principle, you will solve the problem. And I know IIT is competitive, IIT is stressful. It was there in my time also. But I can tell you that if you look at it as a journey of companionship, as a journey of enjoyment, and not as a contest, not the reward, winner takes all. And finally, make the students understand, chase excellence, not chase money. If you chase excellence, money will follow. If you chase money, money will be your master. There's nothing worse than being the slave of money in life. So this is the most important value. If you can inculcate it in the students, I think it will work.
Thank you.
Students talked about it. Do you agree that the mentor or the good Samaritan is another student? And if you agree, why do you need a structure?
Please, one of you switch off the
Yeah,
red
okay.
light.
Sir, there are two aspects to it. Having an academic mentor or any so the beauty about a senior mentor, a student who is a senior to you, is that person has lived exactly what you will live in the next 2-3 years. That person has a 2-year head start over you. He or she would have lived and seen the challenges that will be coming up in your life in the next 2-3 years and can guide you in that aspect. The Institute Buddy program, I'm not sure if it is running right now, but is a very good example. Buddies are a solid source of support to students, and they're allotted at the start of the year. I think more awareness is needed on the front that students feel a little uncomfortable going and opening to the buddies, and that hesitation needs to be sorted. That's an awareness issue, and that needs to be sorted at the ground level. But the buddy system is actually very well designed to support on daily mundane issues, academic issues, and the buddies who are allotted are also students who are
let us again get back.
Just adding one more point, accessibility is also a thing.
Students,
So just like my last
student complaints or suggestions, please.
Yes,
speak
sir.
up. Yeah.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, I am.
A lot of solutions have been provided. One of them was integrating VP with some placement committee. But there are still departments that fall in the blind spot. I am from VGSOM. We have a very separate placement committee. So even if the VP is a part of it, our problems do not get solved. And like sir was discussing the DSA problem and all of that.
So what do you want?
So we want.
VP is not from VGSOM?
No, sir, the problem is not distinguishing among them and among us. What I want is there should be a platform where we get mentorship. So people who need it are there, people who are ready to provide it are there, but there's no platform. If the administration is taking some time, we understand that it's a very long process. But if someone is interested in providing mentorship, please let us know. We will come forward. We will do whatever is in our hand to get help.
And so we propose a committee
Sir, as my colleague and Goji Sheikh has convinced you that VP should be part of CDC committee, and sir, it is not. Sir, as you given word that, sir, we convinced that you have given word that VP should be member of that committee. That's why, sir, we forward that. And after that, as Commander VK Jetli sir has told that, there as old there was many cultural association. But sir, 2 days before, I get to know that Gujarat Cultural Association has contacted Dean Office that they want to organize Garba night on 3rd of October. But the Dean Office given word that may be permitted according to the law. But now it's according to the law rule. And sir, it was permitted 2 years before. But now, sir, no, sir, it's permitted 2 years before. But this time, sir, Dean Office has written that. Sir, please listen, sir.
I find there are a lot of gaps.
Sir, please listen, sir. Sir, Dean Office put in that.
I have no issues to listening, but
Sir, I will complete in 1 minute, sir. I will complete in 1 minute. Sir, Dean Office has written may be permitted according to the rules.
finally carbonate हो रहा है कि नहीं ये बता दो.
And sir, after that, there we not get information after 10 days what is the status of that.
Like this is not the forum to discuss here. You cannot solve it.
Sir, we not get information that is happening.
Is it happening or not? Garba night is happening. Tell that, right?
No, Devki, that is not the issue. Whether Garba night is happening or not is of course the concern. But whether similar things are happening or not, there should be a proper system. You please provide us what do you want and enlist whatever you have in mind which needs a clarity or transparency or quickening the process. let us have that. We will do it. So this is good. So we are
Debashish sir.
having-
Hello, am I audible?
Sir, I would like to add something on this. As you said that similar things are happening or not. Recently, TADS technology.
I know.
Everyone.
Let me complete.
So,
Just a minute, sir. I will not take more than a minute. I will not take more than a minute. Not more than a minute. Not more than a minute, sir.
I think this
You
we
have
can,
said
we can
similar-
circulate. We can circulate.
Let me
Google
complete.
Doc.
I will
We can
not take over a
circulate
minute,
Google
sir. Please,
Doc
sir.
where all of you please contribute. The
sir,
time when
please,
you
sir,
are
please, sir,
supposed to
please.
contribute, you don't contribute.
So, similar
So
thing
please-
that you are asking me that if similar
It will
thing
be
is
endless,
happening or
but-
not, TADS has recently released their post.
Okay, let
sir,
me hear from you.
No,
Yes.
so as you said that similar thing is happening in the campus or not, the Technology Adventure Society, they have recently.
I know TAS is doing really good things.
Sir,
but
please
then
let me
I do not
complete.
know
I
their
want to tell the
I
problem.
don't know the process. I don't know the problems. Please jot down. Please jot down, and we will listen. Let me get back to last, madam. You were telling some more things. Yes.
Hello.
One
So
minute.
the first point is we propose a committee constituting of counseling center with VP and GSEC welfare because those identify the cases, we identify the surrounding. We understand the student at its peak, so we needs to be included in that. The second one is we need to increase the incentives for the wing rep system because the wing representative are the first point of contact to the students.
You don't tell the same points. You come up with solutions
Okay.
and give us in written, not now.
And the third is,
Huh.
I request all the VPs to visit the counseling centers. The infrastructure and the whole environment is just so depressing that the students will get more depressed going to there.
So please jot down these. Jot these down. And
So the
let us
number
know.
of counselors.
I second
and
this. I've been to
Professor-
counseling center during my tenure. It was the same. Matlab, not so.
We are here to
cherishing
listen.
place.
Of course, I can listen keeping on up to. I can keep
I'm
on
just
listening
not
up to
taking time, sir.
8 p.m. also. But look at the timing.
So the counselor and student ratio should be 1000:1. We only have 6 counselors right now.
We have advertised for, as far as what I listen, we advertised for several counselors. There were 140 applicants, and of them we could not even fill up the required because
So
they
till
were
when
not good.
we are getting the more number of counselors
So,
and
yeah,
how much is the
yeah.
number?
Institute is taking up. Yeah. So you please.
So what is the output? How many counselors are we going to get and till which time?
I do not know, but institute is trying. So
So we are proposing for so long. And the third point is the students are not happy going there.
Taken up, huh?
Say the counselors are proposing long research papers to study to the students who are already studied. Say they are not studying their own papers. How will they study the research paper? So
you jot down all these points. Let us know. We will try to solve. Yeah. With this, we can discuss and take it up with the student affairs.
Professor, may I speak?
Yes. One and two. Hey, please put off your red this.
I want to bring
खाना खिलाओ यार.
I want to bring another angle to this problem, and you judge for yourself. This was during my time. We had an open book exam system at that time. The electrical engineering paper was given. It happened in our class, and one question happened to be in the open book.
Open
And-
book is no more so much practice now.
No, no. Let me. Why I'm giving this instance. You should know how it adds to the stress. Both the students, because they had the book where this question and with answer appeared, they were suspended for that semester, and they were asked to repeat the entire year.
In open book session.
It's an open book.
Ah.
They were failed in that, and they were not paid to continue for that semester, and they say you have to repeat a year. So you judge for yourself
That was not
what
good,
adds
but
to the
anyway.
stress. Okay.
So stress levels are coming up from various sources.
No, that's
We
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
We need to jot down.
The-
we need
the
to
faculty-
know. I am not an expert, but I need
Faculty
all
also-
help from all of you.
No,
and once these are jotted down, we can put it to Dean and try to
Professor,
create a platform
Professor,
for
there's
such.
a
Yeah.
second instance I want to speak. I don't know.
Yeah, please, please.
This was, in the computer science class. Now, there were competitions between two boys, you were getting the highest marks. And one boy felt the other was being favored by that professor. So high marks was given. Next day, we found something written on the blackboard. So what the professor does, he comes and he says, whoever has done it, either you do it or I will fail all of you. Now, he did not fail everyone, we gave the lowest of marks. And can you imagine, one of them was vying for President's Gold Medal. He was a high scorer and he lost out in the case.
Yeah, he lost the chance.
So you also have to be empathetic, sometimes understand whether the faculty, we felt injustice was done to those students, but we couldn't speak up at that time.
Yeah, this is a
Now, I
very,
think
very
you
thin
people also
line
need
and
to-
very difficult,
Yeah.
but very precious decision that on the part of faculty we should take.
Yes,
but
I
yeah,
think-
good. I think I got Suriji.
Sir,
and,
I have-
first him and then I will come back.
Okay.
Okay, please.
Yeah, I got 2 points to make. One is, of course, for the students. You see, getting a job, stress for the job, is something that you need to handle at your own level, because nobody understands your ambitions. What exactly are your ambitions? What exactly are your aptitude levels? It's difficult for somebody else to guide you. You have a training internship program after second year, third year, fourth year. So you choose your internship in a manner which is in line with your ambition, and then if you do well in the internship, sure enough you will get a decent job. So you have to plan your placement right from second year onwards. Don't expect that in fourth year Jetli will help you or Suri will help you. Nobody will help you. You have to build your own career right from second year. That is advice number 1. So number 2, sir, I find that the freedom of speech for the students is curbed, because the kind of thumping I received, I saw, somebody needs to listen to them. It could be the warden, it could be the assistant warden. They must be allowed to express their feelings. I have also seen here when they are trying to say something, they are being told, snub, no, abhi nahi, baad mein karenge, ye nahi, wo nahi. I think they are feeling suppressed.
I am sorry for all those things.
This
but
is the general feeling I get.
Just to be on the timing. So we can keep you waiting here.
Doesn't matter, sir. I think the problem solving is most important today. We have traveled so far. We have traveled for 6 hours from airport to the campus. I don't mind that night I didn't get my dinner. I don't mind delaying my lunch for 2 hours. But the problem of the students must be solved. If the students feel very strongly about something, there has to be somebody, like during my time, Professor Chandramani used to be the head of Ombudsman Committee, and the students could go to Professor Chandramani and he would then take up the matter with the director. So some such, scheme
We have
if
the
you...
Dean essay who should be the one connecting the students.
So let the
with
dean,
such complaints.
so let the dean have an open mind, not a closed mind and then telling, no, don't say this, don't say this.
We have Dean essay, 3
Listen to
associate
them.
Dean essays.
Sir, we should
One
listen to
of them
them.
is a lady, sir.
That's fine.
And it is beyond my
Excuse me, sir.
area. But then,
May I just say one sentence?
yeah, sure.
No,
is Suri sir, are you over?
Yeah, Suri is over. It's good that you're discussing the problems the students have along with us VPs, but I have just one question. Why does this not happen on a regular basis, possibly on a monthly basis with the students? This is something...
Can you please repeat?
Why, I don't know does it happen or not, why does this forum doesn't happen on a monthly basis without the past VPs or just the students and you?
Good. Let me listen from Sagar. Is such things happening? Sagar?
No, sir. There is no as such thing that we are all the students.
Samarth, Sagar, Brahmjot, Devki. So please help providing this answer on my behalf to the forum. Yeah.
Sagar, you'll add and then we can add on.
continue.
Yeah, so sir, I can tell that I have spent my 6 months of tenure as a VP, and there is no as such meeting held where all the student representative, be it department representative, hall representative, or VPs, Gymkhana Council have came together.
Nothing has come in your tenure. Samad?
Again, sir, the instances of the meeting were very few to count on hand. Apart from this, a lot of questions were left unanswered and supposed to be answered laterwards, and the students did reach out, but they were not given proper answers.
No. Students will reach out through you, or you allow the students to
No,
directly
the student
reach out?
representatives, sir.
I do not know what is the procedure.
Okay, so let's take an example. A similar meeting happened last year before the Diwali celebration over here. The whole student senate was over here with me, and the whole Gymkhana Council was there. We raised a lot of questions, a lot of points. The meeting was left not on a conclusive note with no productivity.
That was with whom? Dean SA?
Yes.
Dean SA and Associate Dean SS.
Yes, we discussed some points, but no conclusion came, and we continued as it was. And then further meeting was requested, but by the time the movement came, the Diwali already was at our doors knocking, and I killed few of the
so
members
you have
in
been
this.
trying. Okay, so Devki?
So on this occasion, I want to share like a really painful incident which happened during my tenure. Once we were having similar student senate discussion with director on the fee issue. So there was a proposal on Gymkhana fee increase or certain other elements which are to be increased, and student senate was strongly opposing that. They had their own questions, the whole discussion. At the end, the students were given a threat of disciplinary committee. The student representatives were given threat of disciplinary committee. And there were instances where many student representatives got a disciplinary committee semester back just for being hall presidents or second senate members or general secretaries, and they were not directly involved in the instance. I can assure you this.
No,
Just for
Devki,
being the position
please
holders.
tell whether similar platforms for discussion were there. How fruitful were they?
So exactly,
How many
similar
numbers
platform
were-
for discussion was there.
How many-
where
how
at the,
many- how many
where
such-
at the end of the discussion, student representatives were given a threat of disciplinary committee
No, ठीक
by
है.
the director
How many,
of the
that is
institute.
one of the thing. How many such discussions took place? Only once?
It was like it once with the director, once with president of Gymkhana. President did not give a threat at least, but no output at the end. He told like
So
I
it was-
cannot
it
take
took
any
place twice.
decision.
Okay, ठीक है. Brahmjot?
So, sir, the process of discussion involved two steps. One is a channel of discussion where the student representatives can approach the administration, have a one-to-one conversation. Second is to drive the insights and make actionables from those from the discussion. Firstly, the channel of discussion, at least from my when I came into the VP tenure 2022, and prior to that, Shivam, Devki, Ninadar also here. It has been observed that the frequency of meetings with the administration, and that too with deans or directors, is somewhat less. It should be improved. Like at least we should have one meeting every month or within a semester at a particular frequency, so that what are the issues within the student body that can be addressed. Secondly, there should be follow-ups. What has been done from the previous meeting? What actions have been done and where we are currently? Tracking and reporting both needs to be done, which at the current moment till Sagar's tenure and all 4 or 5 who the past VPs are here has not been happening.
Okay, good.
Devashish sir.
Shivam and Ninad?
Yeah, sir, one last point.
No, during your time, what? how
That's what I'm explaining. Sir, so during my time, every alternate day, I would be sitting in the director's office. That time, Shriman Bhattacharjee sir was the acting director. VK Tiwari sir had not yet taken up. Even after VKT sir took up, I would meet him and Shrimanji every alternate day. I would go and sit in their office at the end of the day, and we would have a candid discussion on what is happening. The feedback that I am getting these days is that is not happening anymore.
Like I literally had to wait hours together outside director office for his appointment.
No,
straight to 10 hours.
that is not the issue. Even I go, I had to wait because
no,
director.
like
Devashish sir,
that is
VP getting to talk to director once in a
Devashish sir,
semester.
so the point is, yeah,
I think this is binary discussion is going on. Okay, I think main issue is getting diverted. There was a students' welfare issue, and students have some concern. So it will be discussed in proper forum. with all other administrative bodies, because they are not here. So, so others like counseling members, other deans, all with them it should be discussed. I think that would be the best way. Okay.
Very well said, sir. And we all totally agree to that.
Yeah, please. Okay. So
Excuse
But
me, sir.
just one point, sir, that the discussions that happen, it will be very good if all the VPs who have attended, because they were part of the discussion, if some context can also be shared to them that what progress has been made.
Just a minute, sir. I'm the one who raised this question. Please, I think we should conclude this discussion with a minute saying that this body proposed that once a month, it is not just the VP going and sitting outside a director's office for 2 hours and trying to meet him. Once a month, a scheduled meeting. This should be scheduled in advance. Once a month, a scheduled meeting. Can I conclude, please?
Yes, please.
Once a month, again, it's not just the VP. It should be, I would suggest, all hall presidents, along with the VP, meets a forum of people. Definitely the Gymkhana president should be there, but I know Gymkhana president cannot make many decisions which are, if the director cannot be present because of his prior appointments, he should depute somebody else to stay there. But this should be a forum where they just don't note down what is required. They should be able to give at least solutions for 50% of the problems which are raised. Otherwise, it is just a meeting where they just note down everything and not able to communicate.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, so that's what my suggestion is.
Okay, thank you very much. I think on behalf of director, there are deans, and Dean SA and his 3 associate deans regularly interact with VP, and they will further enhance it. Okay, so that is being done. I think this is concluded here. What is the next?
Yes, so I will
I think
thank
go to
all
the
of you
next
to
agenda,
participate,
please.
who have participated. So we'll go to the next agenda item for discussion. That was
Sir, one last concern. So actually, from past 2 years, Lal Bahadur Shastri Hall of Residence is accommodating only first year students, and after their first year,
I think this is a different question. This is, please don't raise
Sir,
it
sir,
here.
senior, junior.
Okay, please don't try to unless draw these things. This has been understood. Okay, there are several reasons that it has been done, and your concerns has been done, but this part is concluded. I think this is
concerns will be
communicated to the appropriate authority. We are not the
I will
authority.
request Sagar and Samar, who
Sir,
are
please,
there
yeah.
in campus,
Again.
to consolidate all the problems, make a list, and let us see. Let us put it in the with us. We'll to take it to. We'll take it to. We'll take it to Dean SA and let us follow it up.
The way we should read it is, you are hearing them speak about these things. I think they also perhaps know that this is not the right forum, but they are not finding other forums to voice this. That's the reason why they are right. So what
That's why I said that their concerns, I believe they are genuine concerns. So we will communicate to the appropriate authority so that they can take appropriate steps or actions.
Ma'am, actually, we have been circulated a Google form along with the students community yesterday, like 2 days ago itself.
Who has circulated?
Sir, Vice President has circulated it. Even even in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur's social media accounts, it has been posted up, and we have been received enough responses. And we,
Please tell. What is your statement in one sentence? You tell.
as you asked that you need concerns on a compiled form, right?
It is there.
So already it was there.
Sagar, you should have shared with us. Okay.
So I can share after this meeting only.
Okay, good.
Sir,
good.
just one point overall, I would like to just mention that, if the interaction with the first year students, with senior students is very much restricted, then it will increase the suppression, it will increase the mental health issues. So I mean, I know that there are some incidences and there are some past incidences which led to some conclusion that there should be strict, some forced actions, but that should be little liberal, and there should be forums where in gymkhana or in halls where the second year, third year, fourth year students are interacting with first year students.
Yeah, good. I think
Overall, I'm not looking for any.
Yeah, just to update all of you. So putting the first years in a segregated hall or distributing them, it is getting experienced. It is on an experimental basis. They are getting hop and hop.
Faculty members are giving night duties regularly.
In some years, first years are getting distributed. In some other years, they are not getting distributed because of something or the other happening. So it is on an experimental basis. Some major thing happened during our second year time. I cannot forget that. So based on that, there are several repercussions which take place. So it is getting experimented.
Go to the next point, please. Go to the next point.
So we will take up, I think, with the dean essay.
If you
Okay, thank you all for probably putting your efforts towards the student welfare, mental health and welfare scheme or issues.
And say normal health too.
I will request Sagar
Sir,
and Samarth who
BC
are there with us to help us
BC Roy
and
facilities.
come up with collating the points, and we should try to help putting it in a proper forum as getting discussed here. And next, I missed you. You wanted to tell something. Okay, good. Okay, so the next agenda item was, probably there is no slide, was on aspects of celebrating the 75th year of Institute's existence, the Platinum Jubilee celebration. There are various activities which are getting planned and to be carried out at the Institute and outside the Institute. Outside the Institute is the one where we want all the VPs to help us get connected to the alums, and within the Institute there are activities where also alums should be getting connected. So there are infrastructural upliftment modification schemes within the Institute, which includes the amenities in the gymkhana, amenities in the halls of residences, central library, hospital. There are 2 hospitals now, and the academic complex. Okay, so these are the infrastructural developmental activities. There are activities on the academic front, getting connected with lot of experienced and well-established foreign faculty members or foreign good researchers, even within India, good researchers who may or may not be IIT Kharagpur alum, and get them connected to us. Number 3 is getting involved with students' mobility. So through SAP, SAIP, SAPP, we want the students to have foreign exposure, which will be really, all of us should agree, that will enhance their vision and will help them in a big way for their career growth. And the last not the least is uplifting the campus community, well-being. So these 4 points will be the major areas of discussion. So I'll request I'll request you want to start? Jetli sir to start the forum, and we will probably spend.
Time is up. You start and conclude. Yeah. Just from the VPs only. Just one point which you feel should be done during the Platinum Jubilee. Platinum Jubilee will be starting from 1st January 2025.
Use it for branding.
Okay, use for branding, Platinum Jubilee. Sir, 1 point, sir. Dada, 1 point. After any 1 point. Report on the progress. So, Platinum Jubilee se bataiye, sir. ये तो routine है, sir. Platinum Jubilee, sir. Platinum Jubilee is going to be celebrated 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2026. तो 2 साल प्लेटिनम जुबली बनाने वाले हैं. उस दौरान क्या होना चाहिए? Some one point.
Yeah. So 1 point from my end. Yeah. Okay, fine. So currently, like, I feel that there is a comprehensive female safety and security system missing on the campus. So we should have a week of awareness events awareness events for female security.
Hey Devki, you can help us. Take that and get it.
Extremely good.
Yes. Maximum participation of alumni should be ensured during the Platinum Jubilee.
Yes, sir. And
My point is, the tentative agenda for the period, if you give, then it's easier for alumni who don't live in nearby places to plan their things.
So agenda should be made well in advance.
Sir, I would like to continue the what Fanny sir was saying. We need to have in every city alumni meet focused on Platinum Jubilee celebration. And one more thing, sir, we have two foundations, iitfoundation.org, and there is another that was formed by Vinod Gupta sir, and second one was formed by BK Singhal sir, which was iitkgpfoundation.in. Both are the iitfoundation.org is very active, but the second one has a lot of problems. So we need to resolve which one we are recognizing. No, he's not. It was BK Singhal and Nirmal sir was they
Saket, you please, Saket, get connected to me. I think I also don't know who are operating. So we need to get clarity on.
Yes, we need to revive all these so that in every city there is consolidated program where all the alumni are coming and they are discussing Platinum Jubilee celebration and agendas.
So city-wise also program should be done in the metro cities.
Yes.
Chapter wise, yes.
Chapter wise.
Yes. Cities outside India also included.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, VP should take the lead on this, sir.
I'll just take a leaf out of the G20, which recently happened last year with the Indian presidency. And I feel across the nation, different groups got involved and each one was showing this is part of the G20 thing. That's the broader aspect, and that goes back to the branding element as well. Think about kind of IIT Kharagpur.
That much of bandwidth to hold that.
You don't, which is what I'm saying. You don't. You need to empower the broader community that exists of IIT Kharagpur across the globe.
Yes,
right?
that is why cities across the.
But it's not just cities. It should also be about topics, about industries.
Okay.
All of these things, if you bring it together, you automatically have kind of events happening throughout the year, across the globe, and participation from in a big event.
At Yashobhumi in Delhi. Yashobhumi.
This is a brilliant idea.
Yes.
Company or group wise, ISCO has IIT, something like that. You had at Google. Yeah. You know what you had at Google, something like that. In major Indian companies and other companies.
Major Indian companies involvement. One idea for the Platinum Jubilee.
Sir, I think our regional alumni associations are not very active. So I think the most important aspect is connecting with alumni. We should completely leverage on that bit. We should also send out some not agenda. I'm saying so some sort of a memento, something to all alumni out there. Just send it out, ship it out to everyone, saying that it's a Platinum Jubilee celebration. Your institute has completed 75 years.
It will be good. It will be bad also. Some might feel not good. Why did you send it?
No.
They should be planning to come to campus.
Yeah, that's fine. But we should try to reach to as many people as possible. Yeah.
And we should collect the ideas from everybody.
Ideas from everybody. Yes.
Staying connected with alumni, so some sort of newsletter or something, so that people are up to date with them, and having more such discussions or conclaves where relevant stakeholders can come and discuss at regularly. I'll just like to tell one thing. Let's take a step back and just unify the whole system. So alumni networks, when we are reaching out to someone, the links, the pages, the groups are very distributed and very uncohorted. Like 2.2 newsletter that started by Atal. It's a very good thing, but at least recognizing it on a common platform where one could not, there's a lot of redundant work going on. We need to reduce that part to have a great 75th anniversary.
Now among the the students, if anybody has any bright idea, please. Any special idea, which is not been told till now. Among students. Anybody who has got some idea which has not been told by others.
Sir, IIT Kharagpur is the only institute that will be completing the 75 years of excellence. So,
Before you continue, it is the 75th anniversary of the, you can say, Platinum Jubilee of the IIT system.
IT system.
yes. So what we can
Jubilee of IIT system. So other IITs can also participate in that by the way.
get a special recognition from the Department of Education or maybe through the Government of India for this completing this 75 years or something.
So Government of India, definitely Education Department will be involved definitely.
Turn it around, get a message from all the other IITs on how Kharagpur has actually inspired them.
Yes.
If all the other IITs actually say this, it feeds into the brand.
That's what I'm hearing. Yes, sir.
One moment.
In this,
Sir, just
I
to
think
up-
we are attempting the impossible. You can't solve the problems of the world in a half an hour meeting. Some of you had your say, some of you still have some points to make. Have another meet where you can discuss it. In my 62 years of work experience and 36 years at senior positions, one thing I've learned. How does a tiger eat an elephant? One bit at a time. You can't swallow an elephant. Now what here is an elephant? So please, I would advise the dean also to call the meeting to your close, have another session with the students, and I would suggest my solution. I've seen this in my life. I've had some difficult customers. Important thing is listen dispassionately, empathetically, non-judgmentally, non-authoritatively. So if you have some kind of a mentor, should not be a hostel warden, should not be a departmental head, should not be somebody who marks your grades, should be somebody unrelated to you. This can be worked out. And in any crowd, there will be, I have gone through phases of depression in my life. I've had people help me out. Nobody is free from depression. So please do not expect all the problems of the world solved in a half an hour meeting with these 5 poor people sitting on the days.
Yes, sir.
No. So my suggestion is let us close the meeting.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
We are talking different now, sir.
Sir, one more point.
Jaitley sir, just one. Sir, I have also worked closely with Office of Alumni Affairs and Students Alumni Cell. One thing,
About Platinum Jubilee.
Platinum Jubilee only, sir. One important thing, we should update our alumni database because it has become stagnant, and proper updation so that we are up to date with all the information and whereabouts of the alumni.
One thing, sir, we need to have a special task force for organizing Platinum Jubilee, which engages admin and also alumni in a big way, and especially the VPs who are active, they can also be part.
And so we have expanded that much कि हमारे यहाँ पे अब medical institute is starting, so we can start in a particular way on that jubilee, and we can come with the doctors there, and also the Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Hospital. We can start the facilities going on at a good level on that jubilee.
That's fine. Okay. Fine. With that, thank you very much.
One more thing, sir. Dedicated to the service station, that is our motto.
Yes.
So for Platinum Jubilee, let's have conferences, series of conferences.
Yeah, we are having 25 of them already decided.
And what you mentioned, dedicated to the service of nation should continue to be highlighted. You know what?
Jaitley sir, I am not, so we are wrapping up, right? I just have one concluding remark. A lot of us, all the VPs across the years have put forth a lot of high quality points and high quality discussion has happened here. I just wanted to understand what is the follow up on this. How will we know what is happening? What are the next steps? And if the panel could please highlight and on what are the next steps and how will we be aware of that?
I think that is good, very good. As of now, we have no idea. So, so you
Sir,
should.
last
you should,
point.
No. Maybe last 4 or 5 VPs, you together let me know on which panel, who were the members and what were suggested. Please help me. I'll definitely try.
We have started moving ahead. As some people don't expect solution immediately, but yes, we have started.
It's not about solution, sir. It's about.
Sir, at last I want to put the forward of the point G20 summit. How India make the G20 summit very global world way, and it portray the means the power of India. That's the hierarchy we can put in the the 75 Jubilee or day. That we can do.
So we should make a big mark.
Yes, sir.
During Platinum Jubilee. So with that, sir, can we close it?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to the panel.